Even with the technological issues, I feel like this is an experience, this is a gift to us that we can have the opportunity to become better. So please allow me to introduce our good friend, Mr. Andreas Schneschner from OECD again, to present to us his research, OECD's research on global competency. So, Mr. Schneschner, please connect with us and share your insights. Thank you. much about it today. However, that is in-person communications. So while we're experiencing technological issues, we'll replace it with some insightful in-person reactions and interactions. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will welcome you our Professor Alistair Jones, who is the Senior Deputy Vice Chancellor at Waikato University, and also he has been a longtime friend of FWE, is on the steering committee member as our moderator to continue our next session of in-person communications to discuss the global competency gap. So, Alistair, please take the mic and also share your insights with us. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is a bit of a surprise to be up here so quickly, just as when I went for a walk. But it's wonderful to be in Hong Kong, and it's great that we can actually meet face to face. I won't do Andreas's and try to do Andreas's talk for him, but I have had to do one for FWE at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's not always straightforward, so I really appreciate what he's done and what he's contributing to FWE and the way in which the OECD is engaging with what we're trying to do as a global organisation. So it is wonderful to see you all here this morning, and obviously what I thought we might do is I'll talk a little bit about the contested nature of education, and then I'll invite the panellists up to talk about their experiences in their own countries. As you would have seen from Andreas's introduction, we're really facing some global challenges in education. But education is resilient, and we can make those changes. And you saw a little bit of a diagram with the Industrial Revolution that he had up there, and then the way that education responded. For those that have been involved, and I've been involved in education for a little while now, I've actually been involved in the Hong Kong curriculum back in the early 2000s. I don't know whether that worked out well for Hong Kong or not, but I certainly enjoyed the experience. But one of the things that we have, I think, is that over the years we've realised that we're an interconnected world, and we can't live on our own. We can't put up borders and barriers. And if we look at what Andreas was talking about, the emphasis on global citizenship, the emphasis on global competencies is starting to come through. But there are significant changes within schooling: digitisation, the pandemic, skill shortages, skills change and needs, interdisciplinary approaches. So as we've heard in this conference, these are really big challenges for education. And so when education has big challenges, then it requires a global response. And I think OECD is trying to take part in that. So OECD really identifies what the issues are and what some of the challenges are. What we have to do as countries is think about how we respond to those. And each country is different. So if we look at the OECD framework for looking at global citizenship, really, I think these are things we would all want for our students, which is around investigating the world. It is about imagining different perspectives and recognising that people have different perspectives. It's about communicating ideas and taking action. And if we look at the chart, those students who are empowered in our schooling system to take action are better learners. They are willing to take risks, and we saw from the entrepreneurial work yesterday, and Andrew's sitting there, how do you take risks? You didn't get it right the first time, did you? So, but how do we teach that? How do we build that resilience in our students? And we've got our challenges. It's very interesting. AI has been around for a long time. Neural networks are from the 1990s. Suddenly we've just got bigger data sets. And so suddenly, it's as if this year, 2023, education's woken up to artificial intelligence. In actual fact, we've been thinking about it for some time. So these are not new challenges for us. So what I thought I would do is, the session was really to look at how global competencies are enacted in different countries. And what we've got is we've got New Zealand, China, Singapore, and the US coming up in the panel. And what I thought I might do is, because I was asked to moderate it, I might start with New Zealand if that's okay. And some of these projects I've been a little bit involved in, but you would have seen that I'm not as involved as a Deputy Vice-Chancellor as I would have been many years ago. So what I thought I might do is just look at the OECD, and there's general agreement about what global competencies are, global citizenship, but how each country responds to that is different, and that's what this session is going to be about. So just to give you a sense, the New Zealand education system starts from early childhood, goes pretty standard, very much like Singapore, Hong Kong, United States. But we have a national curriculum, the same as Hong Kong. We also have a national qualifications framework, so that every qualification in New Zealand is on that particular framework. So if you are an international student and have done a degree at, say, Hong Kong U, undergraduate degree, that is actually recognised within our qualifications framework, the same in Hong Kong. So that means that we can recognise prior learning that's occurred in other places and in other contexts. New Zealand actually has a systematic government-led approach to making our education system fit for purpose. So national policy is run by the government. However, in that, each school, and not each school district, but each school in New Zealand, and there's 400 high schools and there's about 4,000 primary schools. They all have individual responsibility for enacting that curriculum. So it's not closely defined. It's more a framework for schools to operate in. And that's where you begin to get the difference. Another key part of the New Zealand curriculum is really around the notion of identity. Identity has become a really important part of our curriculum. And identity is as a fundamental part of the basis for global competence. So New Zealand as citizens, so in developing New Zealanders as citizens, then we are asking them to be culturally aware. New Zealand is a multicultural, we have multinationals as well, a multicultural society. But it also has a strong Māori Indigenous culture. So Māori is an official language in New Zealand. So they're being culturally aware, respectful, knowledgeable, and empathetic. So if we take the notion of global citizenship, how has New Zealand responded to this? What have we done as a country in rewriting the curriculum? So what does global citizenship look like? And you would have seen in the OECD report that Andreas put up on the slide, New Zealand, Canada were up in that right-hand corner in terms of student autonomy, student creativity, thoughtfulness, and so forth. So if we look at progression, in the lower years in schooling, there's a strong emphasis on having rich environments in literacy and numeracy. As we move up the schooling, as we move into upper primary, then there's a much stronger emphasis on horizons of knowledge and collaboration. In other words, seeing where your knowledge and what you learn might take you. As we move into middle school, for you in Hong Kong, that's years 6, 7, 8, then seeing for students to see themselves as part of the wider world. In other words, you're not isolated. You're not isolated to Auckland. You're not isolated to Hamilton or Christchurch or a small rural town farming community. As we move into the lower secondary school, it's having a purpose and being empathetic. We've seen that as being really important in terms of global citizenship, and also that notion of resilience. How do we fail quickly? How do we learn? And as we move into the higher levels of schooling, our years 11 to 13, then there's actually thinking about what are your next steps, whether it's to vocational education, whether it's directly to career or to university. New Zealand has a very strong vocational education framework, and nearly 80 students will go on, 80% of students will go on to some form of further education. So there we see at the senior secondary school level that that's reflected in the curriculum in terms of navigating pathways, thinking about where you might go next, and developing agency to help shape not only your future, not only the country's future, but globally. So there's a strong progression from thinking about literacy and numeracy to empowering students to take responsibility for their place in the world. So then that comes down to what are the values then within the curriculum. So it's around thinking there are 4 values which are personal. So it's about your own identity, as we saw earlier. It's about language. So it's language development, but learning other languages. New Zealand has become incredibly poor at learning other languages, but we're seeing, just like most Western countries, but we've seen a revitalisation of Māori in schools. And if students are learning Māori, they're more likely to go and learn Chinese. So there's an interesting correlation. If we can introduce students to language and thinking about different ways of knowing, then they're more likely to. And then pathway, and then participatory. How do you contribute to society? How do you think at pathways in terms of how do you become increasingly specialised? And then planetary value, that whole notion of global citizenship becomes a really strong feature of the actual curriculum. So what have we done? It's all very well saying this, but what have we done as a university to tackle these things? Have we continued to sit by? And we've seen some of these things come through, and I just want to very quickly talk about these. I don't want to, because we're very similar to other universities, but every undergraduate at the University of Waikato now has to take part in some sort of notion of global competency, some notion of cultural competence within the curriculum. So that's defined at the undergraduate level. So if you have to do your papers, there will be a paper in cultural competence. Now you can do that understanding Chinese culture. You can do it in terms of Māori culture. You can look at it from the Asia-Pacific region, of which New Zealand is part. And obviously, just like most universities, then the notion of international internships. Every student at the university must do an internship, a part of their degree. It's actually compulsory and has credit value. But part of that is also international internships and working with international companies. And so for many of our international students, they have gone and helped other companies think about how they might break into trade, say with Vietnam, with Cambodia. So where those students come from, they're often placed there as part of their experience. So finally, we have also had a national program which is being led by 4 of New Zealand's universities, which is actually the creation of Centres of Asia-Pacific Excellence. And I don't want to say, but the government's just announced they'll stop funding for this, but I might as well talk about it while it was good. It's been going for 6 years. I think it's made a significant difference. We will carry on, but there are 3 regions, and New Zealand is an important partner, I think, in APEC, as part of the APEC economies, the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Group. So we've divided the world, or the Asia-Pacific, into 3 regions, which are our diplomatic regions in some ways. North Asia, Southeast Asia, Hong Kong is actually part of North Asia, and Southeast Asia, ASEAN countries, and Latin America and our emphasis is really being on supporting increased knowledge around education, around supporting businesses to do better business in those economies, and also developing notions of leadership. So the 5 aims are really around helping New Zealanders develop more appropriate language and cultural skills. You know what it's like if a company wants to set up a business, you need to know how to do business and what are the cultural norms around doing business in different countries. So how do universities help businesses and schools enhance their relationships with countries? Because of transnational education, we've had quite a long engagement in those countries. In fact, you'll find universities almost become the soft power brokers for engaging in those countries. And then how do we enhance the public awareness, so the public awareness of the Asia-Pacific region? New Zealand used to be strongly connected, as you will also appreciate, with the UK and Europe. Our place is actually in the Asia-Pacific. How do we work and encourage people to take a stronger position within that? And how also reinforcing the point of how do we enhance the study of languages and culture will actually lead to increased success for New Zealand as a country, not just as a trading nation. We're only 5.5 million people at the bottom of the world, but how do we, and I think we influence the world, but how do we take a stronger role, and how do we build more sustainable relationships? So what I've tried to do is take some of the OECD things, because I had to change my talk a little bit, but how do we take some of the things that we've talked about global citizenship, some of the big challenges we've got in terms of AI, and how do we start to think about those, and how do we enact those in a curriculum? Now, I'm not saying everything that I've said will be enacted in the curriculum. As I said, that happens. You've got the national policy level, you've got what happens at the different school levels, and that's what we're going to talk a little bit about on the panel, about how do we see enactment between different global competencies, global citizenship. I prefer to talk about global citizenship because competency is an assessment tool. You can do it or you can't do it, whereas citizenship is a disposition, I believe, that will empower us going forward. So I'd rather talk about citizenship. So I hope that's a reasonable filling in some of the gaps that you were talking about, Edith and Cheng, that I've managed to do. But I think the OECD things that Andreas were pointing to are important pointers about how we need to think about reforming our curriculum. If we're going to look at skill shortages, we need people. We talked yesterday about slow thinking, deep thinking, and how do we enculturate that in our students. Many of the national assessments and some of the assessment things I was involved in Hong Kong relied on recall. Well, now we really, and that was great. That helped us to a degree, and I think recall is really important. But how do we help our students think better? If they've got AI, will give you a particular answer, but how do we get our students to ask better questions, to seek better answers for their own future and for the future of the world? So, on that note, shall I invite my fellow panellists to the screen, and I'll get us off, and if we could just remove, I don't want to promote my university too much, so we might get that off the... First of all, I'd like to introduce my panellists, and we had a call the other night, and I really appreciated people coming on to talk a little bit about what they might do. So we are a little bit prepared, and then do we still have Professor Zhang coming on? Or was it a bit early? He's online? Yes. Excellent. Well, first of all, can I then introduce Ms. Charmaine Koh, who is a teacher. She's a learning experience designer. She's also a budding leader, and I think she's doing some pretty amazing things in She's a literature and language arts teacher, and she wants to and she's got a really strong focus on multi and interdisciplinary focus in the classroom. So welcome, and we look forward to your contributions. I'd also like to introduce eight young Ing, also from Singapore. He was going to come to New Zealand for a little while, he tells me, and he was going to come to our university, which we were quite excited about, but of course he had to, but COVID, we closed our borders, Singapore closed their borders, so he's unable to come. So I hope, so it's wonderful to have you as part of the panel this morning. And of course, Dr. Susan Scalfani is well known to many of you. She's been with FWE right from the beginning. She's a highly experienced educator and administrator, and she has done admirable work, continues to do admirable work, and I think she is a genuine leader. And she's been, as you all know, an assistant Secretary of Education in the United States. She's been the United States representative at the OECD, and also in some of the APEC studies as well, Susan. So it's wonderful to have you here as well. And online, Professor Minxuan Zhang. Very nice for you to join us, and a highly respected educator from Shanghai Normal University. I still have my plate on my shelf from Shanghai Normal University that was given to me, many hand-painted plate that was, but he's been director for Teacher Education Centre under UNESCO. He's also been president of Shanghai Normal University and has been involved in many of the PISA and TIM studies, and is a real leader for Shanghai and for China. So, Professor Zhang, thank you very much for joining us online this morning. So, what I might do is, first of all, Tremaine, what I want to talk to you a little bit about this morning is, when you think of the education system in Singapore, which has a global reputation, where do you think, what are the key important things, do you think, for global competencies within Singapore, and where's your work taking you?
Yeah, test. Okay, so I think to help students thrive in this very fast-changing and complex world, Singapore's education system has identified a suite of core values and competencies that we want to nurture in our students, and these values and competencies really underpin the holistic education we want to provide for our students to better prepare them for the future. And maybe I can just touch on three of them. So the first one being civic literacy, global awareness, and cross-cultural skills. And that might sound quite broad stroke and abstract, but really it encompasses everything from deepening understanding about global issues like climate change, sustainability, all the way down to growing consciousness about the interconnectedness, as you mentioned, right, of different parts of the world. And I guess, yeah, the next one I want to talk about is critical and inventive thinking, which I think is, in today's VUCA world, right, this acronym we like to use a lot, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. It's not just a good to have, but a must have now that our students are equipped with the knowledge, skills, and dispositions to, say, make informed decisions, to solve real-world complex problems, to communicate as human beings, right, to connect on an emotional, personal level. And all these things are really only possible if we nurture them as human, as holistically as possible. Yeah, and another thing I like to talk about is inculcating creative confidence. So the last point I just want to maybe quickly touch on is communication, collaboration, and information skills. So I guess creative confidence is something that really speaks to me as a teacher, because as a language arts teacher, literature teacher, I think a big part of my work really centers around deepening that sensitivity to nuances, to different cultures, right? And helping my students build not just sensitivity and awareness to different communities, but also deepening their respect and appreciation for diverse individuals and diverse cultures. Yeah, so I think giving them that voice and that space to develop creative confidence is something that I really prioritize in and outside of my classrooms. Yeah.
Thank you. Ake, is there anything you want to add on that? But I might start with you when I ask another question, but is there anything you want to add from a Singapore perspective?
I think just bringing it one level up, apart from the classroom that we see in Charmaine's work, one of the things that I always like to think about is, we talked a lot about AI and how that's going to change the ways we work, change the ways that the jobs that we're going to have, and I think a lot of us in the room are quite worried for that trend of AI and jobs. But I think one of the things that we have to bring it back down is to say, okay, for a long time in human history, we have we have jobs and work as the main form that humans are finding purpose in life. With AI, we can potentially change the way that we look at work. Our children will grow up in a space where we will have opportunities to think about what's that purpose of life if not just that kind of work that we're going to do. And bringing back down to creative confidence, and sorry to bring that back so high, which is, I think when we think about the rhythm of school, when we think about the rhythm of education, it's really to help people understand that they are human beings, they are creative, collaborative, and these are very natural skills that we're talking about. So just wanted to add that, yeah.
Susan, the US, obviously there's 50 states, there's, 4,000 school districts. Anyway, I'll let you give the numbers, but how do you begin to think about global competencies in the school system as large as the US?
Well, I think one of the things that differentiates us from New Zealand and from Singapore, and I expect from Hong Kong as well, is that we are not a national system. In fact, we aren't even really state systems in the sense that we have 14,000 school districts, and within each school district, individual schools are making their own decisions. And so if one tries to think about what the national focus on global competencies is, there isn't one. It depends upon the interests and the experiences of individual educators in each classroom, in each school district, in each state, in order to even try to imagine what the national perspective would be. We have a Department of Education, and really its only power is that if schools, states, then school districts, then schools accept our money, which is only about 10% of the education budget, then they have to follow certain rules and regulations that we have. But it's very minimal. They're very broad. And global competence is discussed, but it's not enacted. And that is one of the real challenges in the United States. I'm sure many of you are well aware of the divisions going on within our country for the last, I would say about 7 years, that has really divided our country. We are now more divided than ever before into political camps with very different views of what the purpose of education is, much less the influence of global competencies. In fact, there are many on one side in the United States who would say, we shouldn't even be addressing global issues, global competencies. We need to stick to the local American focus on what our values are and stay away from this notion that there is one world, that there is an opportunity for people across the world to share values. And that is what makes it so challenging for educators across our country, many of whom are reading the latest research, who are aware of the differences that artificial intelligence is going to make, but who do not have the systemic approach to how to address those in their school, in their classroom. Many of you have heard that we have a major problem in several of our states, where the states are looking at these issues from a very narrow perspective. They're talking about what should and should not even be allowed to be taught in classrooms. And because of that, we have, as I said, even greater divisions in our country than ever before from that focus. So I think that there are many groups, and I'll talk a little bit about that later, but there are many groups trying to address these issues, recognizing that America is part of the world. America, through its innovations, through its businesses, through its culture, does have an impact on the rest of the world, and that we need to take seriously the fact that we have to accept outside influences in the same way that others are bringing their American ideas into their own cultures. So we'll talk more about this, but it's a very difficult time for educators in the United States because of these divisions over what should be taught, how it should be taught, to whom it should be taught. And global competences are what many, many, many of us want to do, but it's not a universal focus in the United States.
Thanks, Susan. Professor Zhang, nice to see you there. So from a Shanghai perspective, I've had the privilege of sitting in Shanghai classrooms. What do you think are the key issues for introducing global citizenship into Shanghai classrooms? Thank you. It is a bit difficult to hear from you, but I
But maybe I can just share from a ground-up level of, from a teacher's perspective. So in my school, we have a diverse range of programs from, off the top of my head, I can think of just experiential, transdisciplinary, and self-directed learning programs, including design thinking workshops, including critical thinking programs, yeah, many things. So I think these programs really aim to nurture our students into deep thinkers, deep independent thinkers who can learn new, creative, innovative ways to problem solve and to see the world. And on top of that, we also offer passion pursuit modules. So I think this is quite, is a norm throughout most Singaporean schools, I believe, whereby students can go on local or overseas attachments to industries and institutes of higher learning. And that's where they really not just get to contribute to a wider organization, but also to pursue their own personal growth in whichever industry they might find a passion in or they might be interested to continue in the future. And last but not least, there's also character and citizenship education. So I think Ek is a lot more equipped to talk about that. So I'll hand the time over to him.
Yeah, thank you. I think, honestly, if you ask us what success looks like, it is how Prof. Alistair Jones, you were also adaptive to understanding what's happening in the room, coming up and taking the mic and saying, hey, let's move on from the technical difficulties that we had just now. And just to answer the question, firstly, on if we're successful, what we will look like, and then I'll talk about character citizenship education and 21st century skills. We had dinner yesterday with a really brilliant boy, Ryan. I think most of you met him as well. And he was telling me how, in his experience in school, firstly, he's so articulate, so we had such a great conversation with him. But he was talking about how in his experience in school, he's having to see how the teacher is trying their best to see every student for who they are as people, right? And in a class of maybe 20, in some countries 40, for Singapore it's about 30 to 40, how do we help that teacher see everyone for who they really are? Because when we say 21st century skills, when we say global competencies, these can be very abstract. These can be very charismatic, creativity, the ability to communicate. You might be thinking of that one or two students in your classroom, one or two colleagues that you have in your workplace. The question is, how do you make this equitable for everyone? Everyone gets seen for creativity, for leadership, for adaptability. And this is where my work comes in a little bit. So just to share, I work with an organization called HoloTracker. So we run this tool where we allow teachers to make observations of their students. Every time they see something, they log in on their device. Over time, you have these really colorful profiles that come from different angles. The math teacher, the literature teacher, physical education. And I bring this up not to just share about what I'm doing, but I think it's really a practice that you want teachers to be seeing students in the classroom. You want students to be seeing each other in the classroom. You want them to notice, hey, this moment where I am, giving my friend a pat on the shoulder means empathy. This moment where I am encouraging my friend for that sport competition means I'm supportive, I'm showing leadership. And to me, a successful classroom looks like that. So we mentioned character citizenship education just now. One of the things that I think Singapore has been quite, I would say, almost radical to try and do is that we have, so the history of character citizenship education is that we used to have moral education. I think in this part of the world it's very familiar to us. When I was in school, it was called Hao Gong Ming. So we have this textbook where we have all the desired behaviors of a good citizen. And what Singapore has done is we said, okay, we had that moral education before, but now we are trying to move into a state where every teacher, every student in every class should be talking about these values. Talk about creativity again, empathy, I won't repeat them again. And what we've done is we said, instead of one period in a class, one designated time of the week, we have every teacher teach this as part of their classroom routines. If you flip the syllabus of any curriculum that you pick up from Singapore today, it's likely that you see the first page says, this is how English is addressing critical thinking. This is how math is addressing creativity, adaptive thinking, right? So I think that is quite radical, but I think it remains a gap, as in when you start telling teachers who have for a long time been teaching their subject as a knowledge-based subject, and now you tell them, I want you to look out for critical thinking, I want you to look out for creativity. The question is how? How are teachers going to do that? So I'll pause there, and then I'll let the rest speak. Yeah.
Susan's answered, but I just want to go to Professor Zhang there, who's sitting very patiently at home. But I want to just ask you the same question about what would success look like for global citizenship within Shanghai schools?
Then not only on the tolerance, we should have the appreciation. So we should not only to realize that, but we should to find things, the worthwhile values in the diversity. So we should try to let students to know that all the nations, all the cultures, they have something to be accepted by us and appreciated that by us. And then after that, we shall say the global the globalized situation is the very, very broad connectivity. So no matter you say that the people in Shanghai or in the village, your life is related to the world. You should rely on the world, and the world will rely on you. So the connections should be established. Not only that, why we should relate it, and behind the relations, behind the connections is the sharing. So at least these 5 ideas should be behind our global competencies and the global citizens. Then based on that, we can have our content. For example, for person, then for family, for the community, for the nations, and for the world. Those kind of things. Economically, culturally, those kind of things, right? I just for example. Then we try to see, is it the same of teaching for global competence and to our language, our mathematics? Of course are different. So what are they? What are the useful approaches? So not only maybe the lectures, although we need, then maybe we should have the stories, we should have the science from the different nations, and we should have a discussion. We should invite our students to discuss something or have some experiences with the foreigners in Shanghai, or we have also a lot of, then we become the learning. And then the goal and objectives. It is not only for the competence. We shall live together. So sharing shall let the students to have the goals. If the world is safe, if all the people are safe, you will be safe. If all the nations are in prosperity, then you will be in prosperity. So if we can establish such kind of systematic thinking, then the education in different level, different grade, different areas, we can do different things. This is my idea. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great in terms of creating a framework. I just wonder, you've all talked about things that we want. Most of our teachers who will be enacting this and introducing global competencies are already in the classroom. So, Professor Zhang, you've talked about your framework. How do you go Ake, you've talked about the things that you want to see, and Susan, you've talked about some of the complexities. How do we start driving how do we get some real change going on in classrooms? Because that's, we can have assessment regimes, we can have frameworks, but how do we start changing our teachers to make room in the curriculum, if you like? Because, oh no, I've got to do all my maths, I've got to do all my science, I've got to do literacy, I've got to do numeracy. How do we go about implementing this? And I might start with you, Professor Zhang, because you've just finished, but I wanted a great framework, which I've really like. But how do you go about getting that change in the classroom, over in Pudong, for example?
Traditionally, in the Chinese, the traditional teacher training include two parts. Is what to teach, usually mathematics, science, language, or arts and physics, or those kind of things. The other part is how to teach. Then today, we just in the time to consider what new competences for teachers. So we certainly considered the global competencies for students should be the very important things. So in our teacher training programs is changed. So the global competencies is one of the most important new competencies for the teachers. So in those teachers training programs, we including those kind of things. We even invited the young teachers and older teachers working together to discuss about that. So in our in-service training programs, every teachers in every year, at least they have 120 hours for in-service training. So 1/5 of the time for global competencies. So in that, of course, it is very concrete, different ways, different approaches, different contents. So we encourage the teachers to have their initiative and design with the educators, the textbooks and exercise, and even if the teachers can have their new ideas, they can put those on the line. And our Shanghai Teachers Institute will try to let those kind of new innovations to share by other teachers. So this is the first step. Then the second step is, of course, in the classroom. In a classroom, in every year now, we have the summer campuses. Summer campuses, the students, they will have the global competence months or weeks. In every school, almost every schools have those kind of things. Then the third, now, more than 200 of schools, they have the network called International Understanding. In the network, we organize a lot of activities, try to have innovate, and try to have the series of activities for year one, what we can do. For example, have the folk songs from the different countries. In the year 2, what we can do, we call say, in some schools, when I go there, we call it 10 for 10, because in their school they have a 10 years of teaching. So in every grade, they have the different teaching and learning materials and the different styles, poems, films, activities, arrange them, and the different festivals from the different nations. So in this way we can do. It is just 4 examples. Of course, all covered what I just now said in the different already designed, considered system. Of course, I think it is a very, very good example. So we try to do the research on that. Based on that, we can have a very, very good framework for each countries. I just want to recommend all the schools just try to study or learn from the PISA framework, very concrete in different aspects, even how to teach and even assessed, right? So I think we can do that. And in Shanghai, we already developed some teaching materials. If you some days you come to Shanghai, we can show you and share with you. The sharing is the most important. All right, thank you.
I'll actually be in Shanghai on the 7th of June. But anyway, it's interesting you say that you can use PISA and some of the assessments to drive change, and I think we've seen that in some jurisdictions, but not all jurisdictions. I know in New Zealand, for example, you know, when you go and tell 15-year-olds they're going to have to do a test for the afternoon, they're not very happy. So they don't welcome it, and you know yourself, Professor Jung, how difficult it is sometimes to get people to do these tests. But Susan, just turning to you, how do you get teacher change to introduce these? Most of the teachers that you've got in your classrooms in the US have been there, you know, 20, 25 years. And teacher education is just at the beginning. How do we get other change going on within our classrooms?
I think that one of the ways in which we do that is in response to the pandemic and a new focus on social and emotional learning. This has made an enormous difference in our country to recognize that 3 years of children's lives, and of course for many young children that is a very large proportion of the lives that they've led, has had a dramatic influence on who they believe they are, who they want to be, and it has led to a focus on purpose becoming a more important part of the classroom than it's ever been before. So we have our teachers looking for ways in which to draw out the students' interests, to explore the multicultural aspects of our classrooms. You know, we are a very diverse country, and certainly in all of our cities and suburban areas, the makeup of the classroom is itself a little United Nations. And so getting the students through understanding one another, and again, that's what the focus on mindfulness has added to it, to get the students talking to one another, to recognize that they can't focus on the learning until their minds are settled, until their emotions are under control. And that means giving them opportunities to think through the experiences that they've had, the challenges that they face, and give them a coherent framework for dealing with those within the classroom. So it's creating classroom communities. And the teachers have responded to this notion because they can see the challenges that the children are facing. They can see the uncertainty with which they come to school each day, wondering, what's the purpose? What's the point? And so they're spending more of their time focused on the children's emotional health as well as their social understanding of not just the classroom dynamics and the school dynamics, but their community dynamics as well. And I think this has fostered a new interest in learning more about different strategies with which to teach so that they can enable their children to not just learn the math, the English, the history skills that they want, but to develop an understanding and a comfort in who they are. And that, I think, has affected both teachers and students.
Thank you, Susan. We might just switch to Singapore. You've talked about some of the assessment things, but how do you get that change in teachers over time? How do you build their confidence? You know, Singapore's done very well in PISA and TIMS, you know, in terms of what's going on in the classroom. But I heard, I was talking to the New Zealand Minister of Education last week, and she was saying at the meeting in Washington, the Singapore Minister of Education was saying, how do we get more creativity? How do we get more how do we think about global competency in our classrooms more? So there is that desire. So how do you get that change?
Yeah, between the two of us, Charmaine is the teacher, so I'll let her speak more about this. She has a really amazing way of giving feedback to her students. But I'll share a little bit as well. I like, Susan, what you mentioned about classroom communities, and it's really that culture and that classroom that you want to have, talking about social emotional learning, talking about creativity, talking about responsibility. So I always tell teachers it's really, if you think about it, it's 5 minutes at the end of class. 5 minutes at the end of class where, so with our work, we tell teachers, let your students ask themselves, how have they seen these competencies today? How have they seen creativity today? How have they seen responsibility today, critical thinking today? And with our tool, they log this information. And I think it's such a powerful exercise because in order for that teacher to do that 5-minute exercise, the students will start asking, what do you mean by self-awareness? What do you mean by responsible decision-making? And the teachers now have to explain to their students what these terms mean, what are observable moments of these terms. And I think it's really that culture that you start to build with these conversations, and over time, so on our tool, they started tracking things, the students, they started doing things that were quite simple at the start. This person is my best friend, I love my best friend, to a state of maturity where you go, this person included me in a group, this person included me in that discussion, helped me in my group work. And you start to see that students are also kind of being part of that relationship with the teacher. Yeah, so that's from my point of view. Maybe Charmaine can share more as well.
Yeah, okay. So I think on the ground, there definitely is movement as well, responding to the winds of change, right, with rapid technological advancements, with the interconnectedness of the world. And I think the ground is definitely responding and adapting, not just in a reactive way, as in not just reacting as and when things happen and only after they happen, but really keenly observing and anticipating what is going to happen and when they are going to happen, right? And in response, I think there is a lot of innovation and experimentation, even on the ground level, and especially on the ground level, right? So to give you an example, in my school, there's this thing called the Professional Learning Circle, called, for short, it's PLC, where teachers come together in small groups of, say, like 4 to 5, and we deep think about how to streamline and refine pedagogical practices such that we also distill and crystallize what we want our students to learn. So for my group, we focused on assessment and feedback, right? We talked about assessment with Prof. Zhang also. And we were thinking about how, like case in point, right? I'm a literature teacher, and with literature marking, it almost always looks like red, angry ink on the students' scripts. And that's not the intention in the first place. And also we identified the gap that more often than not, when we give feedback, students don't exactly know how to improve on it, or they don't know where to start, right? And from that, we started doing extensive research on how we can then bridge that gap. So we were plowing through lots of studies, papers, doing our literature review, and what we found was that feedback is most effectively received when it's both verbal and written. And so if we were to incorporate verbal feedback into the current process of giving just written comments, right? How it will look like in pre-pandemic times would be the teacher meeting each and every one of her students one-on-one, face-to-face. And as we all know, time is a scarce resource, especially in a school setting. And with, say, 30 to 40 students a class, multiplied by 4 to 5 classes that a teacher teaches, I think that's like almost humanly impossible for the teacher to just meet every student for every single assessment, right? And there are multiple tasks and assessments that the students take every year and for different subjects as well. So now with the affordances of technology, I think teachers are really embracing it, right? And jumping on the bandwagon and leveraging on these affordances because it is going to save the number of man hours and it also is going to help to streamline the process a lot more. And so what I did with my class, so I teach secondary 3s, which are 15-year-olds, I think that's grade 9, right? Literature. And what I did with them was to record voice messages and put them on an online platform, which is virtual, so they can access it anywhere, anytime, right? As long as they have their devices, they can just go and listen to it. So with these voice messages, I've received very good feedback from my students about how they really are internalizing and understanding feedback a lot better when it is given on a personal level, as in I am really individualizing and targeting the feedback to each and every one of them. And yeah, like just to give another example on tech, right? ChatGPT. So teachers in school are also experimenting with not just using ChatGPT to scan through a student's work and assess and give feedback, but also scanning through teachers' feedback to give us some insight on how we mark and how we assess. Because, I mean, there are bound to be human errors, right? We are bound to be a bit, I guess, biased. Maybe we look out for certain errors more than others. So ChatGPT is gonna be that fact checker to tell us, maybe to point out some of the loopholes and some of the inherent things that we tend to look out more for and not others. Yeah, so I think teachers are actually on the ground quite responsive towards the changes that are taking place as well. Yeah, and I think as long as teachers can tap on the affordances and leverage on the affordances of tech, it's going to be an uphill, it's going to be a really nice trajectory for education landscape.
Can I add quickly? I think one of the things that Charmaine has brought up is, apart from looking at how we are assessing our students, we're talking about competencies as if we need to kind of build them on that linear pathway. I think what we're talking about here is that cadence of teaching and learning. How is the rhythm looking like in the classroom? How are teachers looking at their students, right? You talk about how AI can help us to understand teacher interpretations of their own feedback. I think that's really important. And going back to the question of how do we help teachers be more confident, is seeing what they're doing, is seeing how what they're doing makes an impact on their students. Yeah.
Sorry, just one line, okay. I think it's also pointing out not just metacognition of students, but also the teacher's metacognition. And I think on many levels, that's how technology can help both teaching and learning. Yeah.
Thank you. Professor Zhang, you still there? He's gone offline. Oh, okay. Right, well, it's just us. I was going to, as we're coming to the end of time, it's been, I think, a very fruitful discussion. What I'd like to know, though, is there something you wanted to say that you were hoping I was going to ask that you didn't get a chance to talk about? And I was going to present that to Professor Zhang, but he's disappeared. Maybe I'll follow up with him in Shanghai. But
you didn't ask him early enough.
But I think one of the things with panels, you get asked questions, but is there something that, just to sum up, that you wished you'd said that you didn't get a chance to say? Susan?
No, I think I was able to share my ideas. I've always known how to answer the question I wanted to have asked rather than necessarily the question that was.
Yeah, you're very skilled at that. I've got a great panel here. Look, Ake, anything from you?
No, I think the only thing I'll add is that everyone seated in the room today, you all have an idea of how you want education to move forward. And we all have the idea. I think now it's the time where we bring together the learning communities around us. Who is the next person that you're going to speak about this panel to or this conference to, and how are you going to inspire them to make that change?
Not at the moment for me, but I'm happy to continue the conversation outside of the panel as well.
Right. So I'll just open it up for a few questions. If anybody has any questions they'd like to ask the panel.
This mic.
But I need to translate.
Can I have a...
Yeah.
OK。这个话题我想分享一下，我们王府公益基金会作为一个公益组织，致力于全球胜任力和国际理解教育的研究，跟各位专家来分享。那王府基金会，我们是从2017年开始发起成立了一个叫做“国际理解教育与青年外交观”这样的一个项目。
Long translation. Okay. So I'll try my best to interpret this. So as you guys also know, she's from Wangfu,
Yes.
one of the
Beijing Royal Charity Foundation.
Exactly. So they have launched a program called Future Diplomat Education Program.
那我们在全球胜任力和国际理解教育这个方面，做了4个1，就是我们提供一个平台，我们提供一个 国际理解教育这样一个资源平台，也汇聚了一批全球的全球胜任力研究的专家平台。
Okay, so they have provided 4 different platforms. The first one is the
国际理解教育的
Global
资源平台，
Understanding Resource Platform.
对，一个资源汇聚平台。
A platform for resources to be combined on this platform.
那同时，王府基金会也持续做国际理解教育的研究，就是我们汇聚了专家智库，已经发布了3份研究报告。
And it has produced 3 different kind of reports on the study of the platform and professional reports.
从国际理解教育 在中国现状的一个行业扫描式的报告，到新时代再出发，我们应该如何去发展的这样的一个策略报告，到去年我们发布的基于国际理解教育课程框架体系建设的报告。
The reports on international strategies on how they are going to develop their programs. And
就第一个报告是基于国内目前的一个国际理解教育现状。
how they understand for the international education circumstances.
现在有同传了就好了。
现在应该能听得懂了吗？
你们可以哈。对，我们第一个报告是基于中国国际理解教育现状的一个行业扫描式的报告。那么我们第2份报告是基于新时代再出发，我们如何在国际理解国际理解教育这个方面的一个策略报告，就是刚才上海师范大学张教授也提到的，国际理解教育全球胜任力应该由谁来教，应该怎么教，然后学生应该怎么来学，那教师应该具备什么样的一个素养才能够 去主导这样的一个课堂。我们第2份报告是基于策略的报告，第3份报告是我们去年发布的，就是国际理解教育课程框架体系的一个报告。那今年我们刚刚也做了开题，今年报告的主题是教师就是能力 发展和能力培训的这样的一个报告。那我们希望就是第2个1，就是专注于 一份研究，就是除了刚才我们说要打造一个平台之外，我们是专注于一份研究。那除了行业报告的研究，我们也加入了中国教育部的课题，就是我们有一个叫做青年外交官这样的一个课题，也成为了2022年教育部的一个优秀课题，就是我们专注于一项研究。那还有就是我们 要打造一个项目。那这个项目可能也是在昨天我的报告中有提到，以青年外交官为代表的外交素养，就是提升的这样的一个项目。那我们希望让学生围绕着就是全球17个可持续发展目标专注在性别平等、可持续发展以及环保、多边主义、地缘政治、领导力等等方面，希望能够给学生提供更多这样的实践的机会，让他们来整个提升全球胜任力的能力。那同时，我们也非常鼓励就是国家认同，就是学生的身份认同。我们倡导的是就是学生首先成为一个全人，就是全人教育，然后成为一个大国公民。然后再成为一个世界公民，这是我们倡导的学生就是一个发展路径吧。所以也是借这个机会跟各位专家来分享。那么我们也王府公益基金会非常愿意接下来跟我们来自于新加坡、新西兰、美国等等还有很多世界上国家的这样的同行，能够共同在国际理解教育和全球胜任力方面去做很多的基于研究的一些能够落地的一些项目，那能够影响到我们的一个政策制定者以及更多的企业院校包括社会能够加入到这样的一个大的项目环境中来，能够影响到更多的人。好，特别感谢，谢谢。
Thank you, and I think you raised some interesting points there in terms of if we're going to think about global competencies, if we're going to think about global citizenship, then it's really important that we act globally in helping to define what that is and what it looks like and how we can come to an agreed understanding with resources, with support to be able to move forward as a global community. So thank you. William.
Yeah, thank you for a very informative session. I especially appreciate the concept of a holistic education. I'm sure it's not only happening in Singapore, but in a lot of other countries around the world. And one point that is, I think we need to keep in mind is teaching students critical thinking. And critical thinking is becoming more and more important now in this technological fast advancing society. In the past, traditional education was spoon feeding. You know, whatever the teachers say is right. And now we're finding out that whatever teachers say is not necessarily right. So how do we find out? And that's where critical thinking comes in place. And as technology advances, we find a lot of information on Google, on YouTube, social media, whatever the source may be, but they're not always right. So teaching students critical thinking is extremely important and will become more and more important. We talk about ChatGPT. The information that we get is not always right. And we need to realize that. And we need to teach the students to understand that. And so this is just one observation that I have.
Thank you, William. I think it's a really important point. ChatGPT has incredible bias in it. If you use it for health, it only works for white middle-class Europeans, for example. It ignores a whole range of other things. So there's a whole range of things, I think, that critical thinking is going to be really, really important. Edward, is it? Back there.
Hello. Yes. Yeah, thank you. I'd like to pick up on the point about assessment, especially when we think about something as important as global competency. I think to Susan's point yesterday, it's not only about teaching, it's about teaching and learning, understanding how they're progressing. In a recent trip that we went to Boston, we saw a very innovative model. One of the simple change is, in fact, just giving the students a second chance. So let's say you give him an assessment, and then the teachers give feedback, and then the student get a chance to improve on their work. And that intrinsically motivates the student. So I find that very interesting. I wonder, in the Asian context, how feasible, how possible do you think that you have seen that kind of second chance feedback could be adopted and improve the intrinsic motivation for students? Thank you.
I could answer that a little bit, and maybe I'll hand over. But one of the interesting things is, yes, in New Zealand, in terms of, because we have a competency-based system, you can retry, students can learn from it, and so forth. There are some powerful parts of it, and there are some disadvantages of it. I think what's interesting for, say, for our Chinese students who are doing our curriculum in Hangzhou is that they get more chances than our students in New Zealand. So I think don't always assume that it's a straight go, no-go in some countries, but assessment does drive behaviour. Assessment narrows the curriculum, but it can be a powerful tool to broaden the curriculum as well. But my other panellists may have a view on that.
Yeah. I think one of the things about assessment and using the word assessment is there's some words in education that have a lot of history around it, assessment being one of them. I like to think of it as evidencing learning. How do we evidence learning? And but on assessment for a bit, one of the buzzwords that's happening in Singapore right now is the idea of assessment as pedagogy. So you're using assessments as a way not to say, I'm trying to measure competency. I'm using it as a way for people to learn. And so you mentioned the second chances. Alongside it, and I think Charmaine can share a lot more than I can, how are we giving students feedback? She mentioned just now the voice recordings that she was giving. So I think it's looking at assessment as pedagogy, but one other way that I want to look at it as well as evidencing learning. And I like to use this, I found out about this term called warm data, right? So data that we use in assessments, for example, grades, is quite cold. It's a judgment. You come to the table, you do a script, the teacher says you're 8 out of 10. Why I learned about this term of warm data is we want to collect information, learning information in a way that improves the relationship, not distance it, right? So I mentioned just now my tool. By collecting data on creativity, adaptation, resilience on a day-to-day basis, we want to collect warm data, as in contextual data, but we also want to do it as a conversation that you're having in the classroom. But maybe Charmaine can share more about her practices.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I completely agree with the second chance concept because I think learning is a process, right? So in schools, we also do process writing, in which for every task we give them, there's always a second chance per se. So they always have to correct and improve and revise. And it's always a process. There's never a final product. So it's not product-based, but process-based. Yeah, and adding on to what Ik said about assessment as pedagogy, yeah, I think that's a very powerful way to put it because we don't see it as assessment of learning or assessment for learning, but assessment itself as a pedagogical practice. Yeah.
Any other questions? We're just at time, but I'll let Andrew have. Maybe Andrew and then Edith. Then we'll.
I'm mindful of time, and my question might lead to long answers. So, I mean, I'm just curious, though. Thank you to all of you guys for your comments. When you think about global competency gap, I mean, how do you measure the progress that educators might be having towards, I guess, closing that gap or improving global competencies? And should we even be measuring that? I mean, is that something that is necessary? Can it be measured? And is it being measured now? Maybe I just don't know, but I'm curious because it's such a large, big topic as well, too, that's so interdisciplinary in many ways. So just curious.
Well, I would just start with the PISA. You know, that's what they were doing in 2018, is trying to assess students' sense of global competence. And the way they did it was to get responses about student attitudes toward things. And I think that's what we can do. We can ask students, how do you think about this? But it's not the kind of assessment where there's a right or a wrong answer, but it gives you information, it gives you the data with which to then revise the way that you're interacting within the classroom so that you can take into account students' understanding of what it was you were discussing and continue the dialogue.
I can go for hours about this. So I'll just say check out the work that we're doing. I can have a longer discussion with you after this session. But I think when it comes to measuring these competencies, it's really how do you have enough information to have that conversation in the first place? We can talk about what is important, right? We can talk about the skills that are important. But it's a different conversation if we all say, let's go and make 10 observations of our students and our teachers, and then we come back to the table and say, this is what I mean when I say we want to have to have creativity in the classroom. Right, so I'll just say that, and maybe I can have a deeper conversation with you after this.
And I think it's just how we see assessment. I mean, you can see assessment for learning, which is your interaction with a person rather than a summative test, which is either right or wrong, which is really what Susan's saying. It's how we measure dispositions. But Edith, and then we better finish the session. So.
A very quick one is about the question, what we were discussing before Andrew's question was asked. I recently was a student. I attended an online course of Cambridge University Judge Business School on sustainability. It's about the second chance. I'm working full-time, so there isn't very much time that I can afford to study, but we're given multiple choice questions, like 20 of them on a subject that we're supposed to master. Sometimes I wouldn't have time to completely understand everything and I have to attempt the test. But what's so wonderful about it is if you get it wrong, they tell you which questions are wrong, they give you the right answers and you can attempt again, but they mix the questions so that you wouldn't have memorized it. Yeah. And it's not a second chance. I sometimes needed a third chance. So I was wondering whether our school systems are prepared or are able to afford our students that kind of opportunity. And I totally agree that this second chance or third chance is a pedagogy in its own right. And I like somebody from Hong Kong to answer that question as well.
I think that's just a smart way. For most of our professional learning of our staff, we do exactly that. So even things like cybersecurity, they get the wrong answer, but they don't get asked the same question, but it's a similar question that they get asked. So I think there's really smart ways of starting to assess people. And I think, we don't see assessment as the end, but we want to see it as a way of enhancing learning. And if we reframe it, then I think we've got real opportunity. And I think that's a real passion of mine. How do we make it assessment for learning rather than assessment at the end? So I think it's and we've got some powerful tools to be able to do that. But I think, okay, well look, I want to thank the panel. The panel got up here earlier than what they thought they were, but we've filled up the time. In fact, we've gone over time. So I do want to thank Shemaine, I do want to thank Susan for the contribution and Professor Jung. I think it actually was a great session. I wasn't quite fully prepared, but I'm always better when I'm not prepared. So I trust that it's been a fruitful morning for you all, and I think it's time now for morning tea, but that's not my call.
Thank you so much, Alistair, for taking up the responsibility not only to share with us what's on New Zealand, but also give us, a look on how OECD has practiced and include a lot of international education systems. So I think I really appreciate what you've been doing here with us. And I think it was such an informative session that we have just joined together. And I do believe that in every corner of this room, there's a shared belief. That is a belief in a transformative power of education. That's why we all gathered here to experience the exchanges among different speakers and also attendees from all over the world, every corner. So after actually such an informative disclosure, we finally land in a time time for a coffee time. So I encourage all of you to take the 15-minute coffee break to exchange your ideas, to share your insights, and also take the opportunity to network and get connected, and come back in 15 minutes. We will have exciting sessions coming afterwards. And in addition to that, what we've experienced, Andrea's great sharing on OECD will join our FWE webinars soon in our future workshops. So we will continue to learn from OECD's practices on global competencies. So thank you, everyone, and enjoy the 15-minute coffee break for communications and networks. Okay. Hello, everyone. Please join us and come inside to be seated. Our panel discussion is going to start very soon. Hello, everyone. Please join us and come inside to be seated. Our panel discussion will start shortly. Hello everyone, please come inside and be seated. Our panel session will start very shortly. Hello everyone, now we are refueled and re-energized, and now let's get together for our next panel discussion, Education Without Borders, moderated by Mr. David Edwards, the head of schools at Western International School of Shanghai. Mr. Edwards, the floor is yours. Alongside, I will also welcome his panelists, Mrs. Ruth Lau, the supervisor of UWC LPC and the ex-permanent education secretary of Hong Kong, as well as Dr. Ron Rokema, the head of schools of Hong Kong International School, and Miss Hayley Wilson, the deputy head of senior schools at Catley School, the British International Schools in Hong Kong. Let's give the panel a round of applause.
Well, good morning, everyone, and on behalf of the panel, thank you for escaping your coffee to join us. We represent the golden hour of this forum because you've just had a coffee and a refreshment, and following us, you have lunch. So on behalf of the panel, you're welcome, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy this conversation that occurs. We have an interesting topic, and obviously from an overall theme for the conference, we know that the topic here is about the transformative power of international education. Yesterday, many of the conversations were about the post-secondary world, college, postgraduates, the business world. We had a little bit this morning, particularly the last session, where we delved into pedagogy and what it means for teaching. We represent the very hands-on world of education. And when you're thinking about the topic of capacity, with all due respect, capacity development doesn't begin at 20 years of age. Capacity development begins where we are, which is from 2 years of age and above. All the institutions that we represent and are leaders of are unique in the world of education. We're in a situation where we take children from anywhere in the world at any time to go anywhere in the world at any time. That is both a challenge in terms of teaching and learning and leadership, but it's also an opportunity. And it's through the schools that we represent, and quite different schools, from 3 here in Hong Kong, SAR, and mainland China, where I am in Shanghai. Our schools have long histories of making an impact in the world through this idea of transformative international education. So without any further ado, we'll jump into the topic, and as we do so, I'll allow the panelists to maybe give a brief introduction to themselves and their initial thoughts on our topic this morning, which is very much about this idea of education without borders. If we've learned nothing over the last 3 years, for sure, doesn't matter what you do about your borders, and I come from a place that's been locked for a long time, we are all connected. It is inevitable. And we're going to hear from that this morning. So I'd like to start with Ruth, maybe for an introduction, and also her initial thoughts on this topic that we have this morning of education without borders. Ruth, please.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dave, for your introduction, that would be very interesting for us. And I must say thank you to Edith, she's not here, for inviting me. It's really a great pleasure for me to be here to share with you and the international audience about international schools and what we are doing in Hong Kong. Your plenary discussion yesterday is most inspiring and interesting. And I cannot help going back home, log onto my computer, and check onto ChatGPT. And I finally got their apps, and I was given 3 questions free of charge. Of course, the first question I asked is about transformation and international education, and which is the best curriculum for such a transformation. And guess what it is? The answer is IB. And then, a lot of information. The computer regurgitated all the facts about this international baccalaureate. And then I asked the second question, which is the best institute to give training to global citizens? And guess what? UWC. All these are really facts, nothing juicy, right? And today I'm going to share with you something which is not what ChatGPT knows. So it is something much more with a soul. It's more soul searching. So to start off, how many international schools do you think we have in Hong Kong? 60? 70? No hands? 90? 100? You are close. We have a handful. How many are there? We have this, wow. It's just a joke. This is my working for the conference. We do have around 80. So we have this alphabetically, the Australian International School, the Chinese International School, Canadian International School, Hong Kong International School, German, Swiss, Korean, Japan, Singapore, Philippines. Wow. You've noticed that there is this brand of the country before international. And what does it suggest to you? These are called international schools, but in fact they are a cluster of the most of the same national in one place. So what is it all about in Hong Kong? I think it is because they all have the blessing from the consulate. And the Hong Kong government would not give any authority or rights for English-speaking schools, which are earning money or making a profit, to use the term international. So for other schools which are not international, but because they are on a charity basis, we still let them have the English-speaking curriculum as well as some kind of international curriculum. So this is because in Hong Kong, all these so-called international schools with a brand of the country have their responsibility to ensure that the curriculum will be able to get the children easily integrated back to the stream when they get home. So This is their business model. Now, we also have barriers. This is a man-made barrier. We also have other man-made barriers, like because of COVID, people will not be able to move freely from one country to another. And this is another type of barrier we created for schools and for education. Whatever it is, we still have to be very careful as to prepare for our students. The type of education which is to their needs individually, with a diversity, and with a global outlook. I have been serving on the board of Li Po Chun United World College. For convenience, I use the acronym LPC-UWC. I have been serving on the board for the last 26 years. And we are very different from the previous business model because we recruit students worldwide. And we are fortunate enough to have about 150-something national committee which look after the recruitment of students for us. So our students come from, concurrently, there are about 90 different nationalities on campus. So in terms of structure, I do think that we are very, very international. So how do we do it? I would like to go into the detail later, but meanwhile, my learned friends will have something to say, definitely.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ron Ralkema. I've been in international education for about 18 years. I was listening to Dr. Scafani earlier and grew very tired of working in the US in the public systems because of the limitations. And what I can say, as I've now moved between 3 different continents, worked in mainland China, Europe, and South America, the nimbility, the ability to move and be nimble within our field has definitely a benefit within international education. For us, I represent Hong Kong International School, which actually is an American style education. It's got nothing to do with Hong Kong. We're one of the 60, we've been around for almost 60 years here in Hong Kong, operating with about 50 different nationalities of students. Our students, we have 3,000 students in our school and our community, and we send students, about 80% of our students will go to the US for university, and about another 15-16% will choose to go to the UK or mainland Europe, and then a smattering will go either to China, Hong Kong, or into Australia for university. So our focus is really about how do we differentiate ourselves. As Dr. Scafani mentioned earlier, there is no US curriculum. So what does it mean to be a US school in Hong Kong? And I'll have a chance to talk a little bit about that later. Again, Ron Ralkema, pleasure to be here.
Thank you. My name's Hayley Wilson. I'm from Kellett, the British International School in Hong Kong. Kellett was a preparatory school, and 15 years ago we opened a senior school. We have 48 different nationalities on our records for our students, but we are predominantly British students or local Hong Kong students. And we have students going to the US, to the UK, to Europe, Australia, China, and of course, indeed, Hong Kong. And what I think is really incredible about international education is that we do have the ability to be agile. I've worked in America, I've worked in the Middle East, I've worked in the UK and here in Hong Kong, and I think that international schools have a level of freedom that other schools do not have when it comes to determining what their skyscrapers are. What are we standing up for and saying, this is what we do and this is what we do well? For us as Kellett, we really do want to lead and be the forefront of student well-being, be a voice for student well-being and how we do that and support our students to be empathetic, authentic leaders when they go out into the world. And we're also sort of looking now at how can we be innovative? What is innovation in the curriculum? What is innovation? How is AI going to have an impact on education going forward? And it is that level of agility that is afforded to us as a standalone school. We are a not-for-profit school, and we are answerable to a parent board of governors. So as long as we are compliant with our GCSE requirements and our A-level requirements, we do have a freedom to do in our day-to-day what other schools in the UK simply wouldn't have, and also the resourcing that other schools wouldn't have. And so therefore we have a moral and an ethical obligation, in my opinion, to lead the way and to show, well, this is what can be done regardless of your resourcing. So I think this is a very interesting topic, and I'm very, very happy to be here. So thank you for having me.
And it's interesting as we've talked here, and there's obviously a lot of noise. There was noise earlier today, and we've heard it mentioned here. Ruth started it with her exploration of ChatGPT last night. There's this feeling that the world's going to suddenly change because of AI, but we have a short-term memory. If you do hop on Google and go back to when the first scientific calculators came into schools, there were actually teacher protests that the world of education was going to be plummeted into the depths of doom because students now could use a scientific calculator. UNESCO did something very interesting a long time ago, and if you remember it well, the Delors report, which really came down to these 4 pillars of education, and UNESCO follows this. And those 4 pillars are a good reminder for us as we go into this discussion today. And the 4 pillars, remember, I'm a man of 50 years of age, so my memory's no good. So the 4 pillars are to know, to do, to live with, and to be. And when we think about this idea of education without borders, it starts with our mindsets. It's very easy to think that borders refers to passports. We've heard it in our discussions here, how many nationalities we have in the profile of our schools. That's the easy part. The more interesting part is the profiles beyond it. And perhaps as we talk here, we've got very interesting profiles on our panelists and even their children, where their children are born and educated. That is education without borders. And that's what we're going to delve into now. We are, for many of us sitting here, in a very recent post-pandemic world. For those of us from places like Shanghai, we are months into a post-pandemic world, not years. We had our graduation at WIS last night, and I talked about that for our graduating class, who are stepping into a world where they have skills and grit that other students will not as they step into university. So with that in mind, I'm going to hand over to Ron to start with this next question, which is, how can international schools best prepare students to address these global challenges? And I'll add another element to this. Not just the challenges, but let's look happily into the world at the opportunities that arise from this as well. We'll get Ron to step into this first.
Okay. Well, I like what you said earlier, too, about the fact that education does begin at a very young age, and that really we often wait too long because we prioritize different things before our children. But the way we approach education is to really look at how you can develop a love of learning. And I know we've heard this term over and over again, but it starts with 3- and 4-year-olds having guided play, opportunities to explore and inquire about what their surroundings are. And through those conversations and questions, you're also building relationship, and you're able to sit down and really understand what students want to know and how you can push that knowledge forward. We talk about I can. The I can statements. What do we hope that students will get from their curriculum? We talk a lot about how we develop those opportunities for kids to be in authentic, engaging situations that involve the context that they're currently living. And then also to explore contexts they don't live. At the end of the day, everybody in this room is very fortunate. We got up this morning, we slept in a bed last night, we came to work on some form of transportation, and we're here today. We have enough time to sit and listen to each other talk. The reality is not everybody around the world has that privilege. So then how do we then grow our students so that they understand the privilege they come from and want to serve the communities they live in when they are older? So our goal is not to just build students who can do math, who can do science. And this is one of the big changes and things that we talk about often in our school, is that to be educated does not mean to know things. It means to be able to do things with the things you know. So at a very early age, we teach students about voice. We teach students about choice. We teach them to be advocates for themselves and for others, and to have integrity in what they're doing. And that comes with getting to know them directly as individuals. So again, as we look at our curriculum, it's having opportunities both in what we're teaching, but also how we teach. Usually local parents will apply to our school, usually around grade 4 or 5, and they're always blown away by the fact that we don't give homework. And they're like, how can you not give children homework and yet still have impressive college applications and matriculation rates? And it's because we teach children to think. We teach them to reflect. We teach them to collaborate and create. And with those things, students can be successful in anything they choose to do. We teach them that they can do things, that it may not be what their mother wanted or if a father wanted or even what they thought they wanted, but they can learn to do things that are in their talents and then how they share those talents with others. So that's at K-12 education when you come through an international school.
I absolutely love that because, you know, any school on the surface can teach academics. We can teach them maths, we can teach them English. I'm a maths teacher, right? But the point is, what is everything else that we do? And all of the opportunities that you've discussed right there are so incredibly important. And we spend a lot of time at Kellett teaching students about their voice and about their mental health and well-being and how they feel. We spend prolonged periods of time teaching about empathy so that students can understand one another, so they can have an opportunity to try and put themselves in someone else's shoes, whether that be someone who's working with Impact Hong Kong or whether they're going to do service work in Thailand. They need to understand these very important skills, and we put a lot of prestige into those lessons, if you like, and make sure that our curriculum is bespoke to the needs of our students so that they can be their authentic selves. Because what I find really worrying in my line in school, because I am responsible for the pastoral care and the well-being of our students, is the students who sit in front of me when they're in crisis, when they're feeling really low, and how are we moving forward? And of course, their parents are on board with us. And very often, those students, they don't really know who they are. They've been so dedicated to studying, joining us from other schools around the world or here within Hong Kong. Their focus has always been on academic success. And if I only got 95% in a test, then I failed. And it's very important to us as a school that we educate around that, to give them the resilience to bounce back, but also for our students to decide, who are you? What are you passionate about? And to know that they can be agile with what they're passionate about and change that. We had one student who got the highest A-level result in the world for psychology last year, and she went to university. And she decided that she didn't like the university or the course. And so she's had the courage to say, do you know what, this isn't for me. I'm going to reframe my thinking. And she actually came back to Kellett 4 weeks ago and spoke to our sixth formers about how Kellett had helped her have those skills to be agile and to have that courage. And I think international schools are so much more than the homework and the assessments. It's the skills we let them go on into the world with.
Well, I come from a background which is slightly different. I absolutely agree that we should start young, but depending on what we are teaching, of course. For UWC, LPC, we start at age 16 to 19, so at the end of the year. Why do we do that? And the thinking is that youngster of this age are mature enough to know about the world and know about our mission, which is on peace and sustainability. When the child is too young, when you talk about peace, they may not have a grasp of what it is all about, and we still have to teach a lot. But for our students, if they are too young, then they don't understand. But if they are older than 19 or 20, they already have this fixed, inflexible mind, and they are very individualistic, and they may not be as malleable as we would like to have. So for our age, the students are usually age 16 to 19. And we are also very special in a way that we are not a day school. We are a boarding school. We are a community. So boarding is not just students coming in as a boarder, but the teaching staff all are boarders as well. Not just the teacher, but their whole family is living together. So it is a community. And with this community, there is a lot of give and take and a lot of trial on conflict resolutions. You need to understand before you can talk about peace. And in this way, the student can easily still enjoy family living in an environment where there are babies, where there are older people, and it's not a very rigid and raw idea of peace. It is something which is homely, starting from the home, and starting from knowing each other, and starting from 4 people from very diverse backgrounds living together in one room. So that is what we are doing for the boarding. And of course, we have this equal opportunity, equal status. Everyone is equal in the sense that they have a scholarship for the poor, and for those who are rich, they pay, but we still give them a certain amount of scholarship. So everyone is on a scholarship, and they are on plain level ground. And for those who are very, very poor, the school even give them pocket money. So with this equal opportunity and equal status and equal playing field, so students learn about equal opportunity is important to everyone. And that is also the start of where we have some of the method taught regarding conflict resolutions. IB is a core curriculum for us. And just now, you mentioned that your school is without homework, and that is very, very attractive to parents. But at UWC, our students work very, very hard. But it's out of their free will that they work hard, and they enjoy working hard. And this is something which we treasure. So the IB curriculum also is not just a subject that they learn, but we also deliver skills for critical thinking. For critical thinking, you don't just criticize, but you have to learn the pros and the cons and how to decide which is right and which is wrong. And then we teach students the debating skills of UN. And during the pandemic and during our 2019 social unrest, we have a lot of debate on the subjects. And we found that the students are very, very able to use the UN protocol during the debate. And at the end of the day, they can rationalize what it is all about. And they don't just join the gang or join in the fight, and they have a mind of their own. What is more important is a realistic opportunity for building out very deep meaning relationship. This deep meaning of relationship is a coexisting of their working together. Every year, we have a project week, and the second year we'll have a China week, and they have to do the work together and present to strangers. And so in order to exist and to fight for recognition, they have to jointly work together. So this deep meaning of working together is not just very superficial, but they have to do it day in, day out for 2 years, not just a week. So with all these, we come to think that our mission and vision so far is achieving what we want the student to achieve. Thank you.
I want to go a step further, and I think there's a theme at the moment we'll continue delving into, which is some practical stuff That's why we're all here. We have, from an investor perspective, how do you commercially position your organisation in an agile but very competitive world? We heard how many international schools are in Hong Kong. That's a pretty tough landscape. Through to obviously educators and what we do within organisations. WIS is the only four-program international baccalaureate school in mainland China, and one of a very small percentage of four-program schools around the world. Beyond the curricula, I'd like to go back to a question that was in the last session, which was this notion of inquiry. Regardless of what curricula you follow in the world or your government system, the number one important thing, thinking of this topic of education without borders, is the ability to ask questions and to listen to the responses. Doesn't get any more difficult than that. If you want hope for the world in the IB, what makes it interesting is they have these culminating programs or projects. So at the end of grade 5, they have something called the PYP exhibition. Grade 10, they have something called the personal project, and then grade 11, 12, in the IB diploma, they have something called the extended essay. If you want hope for the world, watch 9-year-olds who have done a 4-month project in collaborative teams with a mentor looking at globally significant issues. 9-year-olds. They will drive you crazy with the questions. We just had the exhibition. We had 50 9-year-olds in our library set up for 2 days. I think the staff must have given them a lot of sugary drink because the energy never dissipated. They were defending things like the notion of equity versus equality, gender pay gaps. There was one group of boys that were very interesting. They could not understand why in certain countries, if their sisters were to go and work there or born there, that they would be given different opportunities for education. Their heads were spinning. If you want hope for the world, you've got 9-year-olds who are asking these questions. They were then creating things. How to solve the challenge of rubbish and plastics in the ocean. 9-year-olds. So again, I want to come back to the core premise and argument at the start of our session today. Whilst it's great that we talk about capacity development post-secondary as adults, all of this begins at 2 years of age and above. If you want to solve the challenge of education without borders, teach 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds to ask questions. My final point before I hand back over to the team is there's a beautiful video floating around. It's on the various social media things. It's on Instagram and other stuff. It's from the UK. And it's interviews with a range of youngsters. There's sort of 7 years of age to about 9 years of age, and there's always 2. Yeah. They're standing next to their friend. And they ask the simple question, what's different between you and your friend? The purity of it is they do not see any border, they do not see any boundary. They look at the most fundamental human essence is this a good person? So they have children who are tall and short, who have physical disabilities or not, different ethnicities and race, asking the question, what's different between you and a friend? They don't see these other things that we find as adults have built into our luggage that we take with us into adulthood. So their questions are like, well, they like broccoli and I don't. They read more books. She talks a lot. This was their answer. So again, I want to come back to this really important argument today and why I am going to be a little contentious. We're really important. Not only we're the golden hour between your coffee and your lunch, but we also represent your greatest hope for what comes when they graduate from school. Because without us, you don't have good university students. Without us, you don't have great citizens to go into your societies. Without us, you don't have ambassadors to go into the world. Because whether it's UWC, HKAS, CALET, or WIS, we're the schools that have the greatest impact because we have the agility. We're not bureaucracies. We don't have to worry about government decisions. We can rock on. And that's really important. So I'd like to stay on this question a little bit more and ask each of the panelists to go into some really practical examples. We got a little taste of some of these examples of where is there a real challenge and opportunity and what are we actually doing. Ruth talked a little about the scholarship program and everyone being a boarder and residential life being a full-time opportunity for staff and students. Ron talked about things. We heard a little bit from Hayley as well. But I'd like to challenge the panelists. Let's go a little further. Let's give some really hands-on practical things here from investors to decision makers to people in the classrooms of what can we do to really grab this opportunity and challenge of developing international mindsets, to really exploring self and others as we then look at great graduates coming forward. Maybe I'll start with Hayley and we'll come this way from, very practical with the pastoral program that you're in charge of, and we'll come back through to Ruth.
One thing that we are doing a lot of work on at the moment and really trying to embed it from our 4-year-olds all the way up to our 18-year-olds is work on the global goals for sustainability and truly embedding them in what we're doing as a school so that it's not just an anecdotal tick box. So our students have planners, and every week there's sort of top tips that sort of alternate between well-being and sustainability. As a British school, we have a house system like Harry Potter, and each student is aligned with a house. And each house has voted for a global goal that they will advocate for this academic year, that they will learn about, that they will present about. And within that, to give it a humanity and some connection, they had to find a local Hong Kong-based charity to support, which aligns with that SDG. So this year, as a school, we're raising money for Impact Hong Kong, Plastic Free Seas, Mother's Choice, and the fourth one evades me. But what we're doing with that, sorry, it's Love 21. It's Love 21. Our houses have to raise money and connect with those charities. They need to understand why those charities are really important to the sustainable goals and put a face to it so that we're not just putting money to the problem, that we're actually investing our time and our effort. The SDGs are also part of our curriculum. So we have a Positively Kellett and a Global Citizenship curriculum. We talk about sustainability in those lessons. We've recently had a suite of lessons on eco-anxiety and how that is impacting this generation. We've talked about sustainable fashion and the beautiful documentary that came out of Hong Kong called Refashioned. And we had NGOs come in and talk to our students about that because they feel it, they want to talk about it, and they want to move forward with it. And I think there are so many ways that you can intertwine this into your lessons, into the DNA of your school as to who you are as a school, and the conversations that our students are having. Why? Why are we doing this? What is our purpose? What's the impact we're trying to get? Well, we want our students to innovate. We want them to see the problem and to act, and to know that it's not just somebody else's problem to deal with, or that we're going to wait for governments to deal with it, that our teaspoons of change can have real meaningful impact. And so I think that's one thing that we're really proud of, and it's come into our curriculum through innovation as well. So our innovation lessons go from year 3, which is our sort of 6, 7-year-olds, all the way up into the curriculum to our 14-year-olds, and they are designing things like camera traps to monitor nature in Hong Kong, or they are designing global goal stop motion movies to raise awareness of the issues. And when they get involved and it's their passion and they're interested, they get so much more out of it. So that's really what we've been driving, and sort of something that you could take away.
Great, thank you.
Very good work, yeah. I think that as I look at schooling, I think what a lot of times people try to do is rush to a solution as opposed to think through a system.
Yeah.
And what we've worked hard to do is define terms, make sure people are clear on what inquiry means, to make sure that people understand when we talk about sustainability, what does that look like and how does it operate, and then unpack that at each level. So when we talk about even things like doing community service, what can a 3rd grader do? What can a 4th grader do? And not just donate money, but taking it, as Hayley said, to a social level where the impact is safe for the student, but also acceptable and actually interactive involvement. And through our time in the last 10 years that I've been here in Hong Kong, we continue to look at those systems and develop, for example, around innovation. When we talk about innovation, the first thing we had to do is, what does innovation mean? Does it mean being able to program? Does it mean being able to do robotics? Does it mean, everybody has their own idea of what it means. So we broke it down to the simplest part, that to innovate means to improve. And if we just focus at that level, it doesn't mean you have to make drastic changes. It means you're going to improve whatever you're working on. And then we say, let's take a design cycle and look at how we can improve. And we don't do that just in science class or just in the tech classes, but we looked at it as our curriculum. We looked at it, how it integrates into mathematics, science, social studies, everything. And by doing that, we were actually able to also integrate the service aspects, the sustainability aspects into the program so that it becomes part and parcel of what happens at each level. Schools do not have the ability to choose teachers that can teach tomorrow. We have the ability to have our teachers learn to prepare the students for that. And what I mean by that is we're very fortunate. The longevity at our school, 10, 15 years pre-pandemic, was a typical tenure for a teacher. And with that time, the good teachers need to continue to be good teachers. So by having these structures in place where we can educate and allow them to develop, allows the students then to develop on. So I'll break it down to something simple around service. Our younger children are 4, 5, and 6 years old. Service is a huge part of it. We talk about our sustainable world and what does it mean to have food on your table. So then we do food drives and we work with them and then we deliver the food with our 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. So they're actually participating in the development. As they get older, they're able to do more. They're able to start to design ideas. And we base the questions based off of what students bring forward. So to say that every year our 6th graders do would be a misnomer because there's 200 6th graders. And we allow them to work on their student-motivated or self-motivated learning projects that they have to then decide, am I going to work collaboratively with somebody? Am I going to do this individually? But this is a problem I see I can fix. Now, do they fix the problem in 1 year? No. But what they are able to do is identify it and work towards it. Some students will hang on to that for 2 or 3 years. Others will create NGOs when they get to high school and do projects in Cambodia, Thailand, and around Asia to really dive deep into these concerns and areas. And I think it's important that we don't expect every child to do that, but we allow the space for them to be able to take a question at a very young age, build on that question year to year, and by senior year, every senior has to do a project. And that senior project could be something simple. We just did them yesterday or on Thursday at school. 3 boys wanted to build a boat. They built a boat. They put it in the river, or they put it in Taitam Harbor, and they were able to sail their boat. Great. Did that save the world? No. But that was their project, and what their question was is how hard is it to build a boat? And they were able to do that. Another child looked at sustainable use and developing a menstrual product for children who have no access to education in Cambodia. And she said, how do we create equality in education for students so that students can access school even when they're experiencing their period? And she was able to then create a cloth, get it developed here in Hong Kong out of reusable material, take it with her to Cambodia, and give it to a village that now those students can actually afford and also remain educated. Because I don't know if everybody knows, but typically schools will say, okay, at 12, girls no longer need to come to school because of menstruation. So this is a bigger issue that she decided to tackle. These are the types of things that allowing choice allows to happen. And I think we have to give the students latitude. We changed our humanities program. Everybody teaches English and social studies at some degree, but we created humanities in action. It's one thing to learn about it, it's another thing to do it. So when we talk about sustainable worlds and we read like, oh my gosh, yes, I think they're still reading Upton Sinclair and deciding whether or not slaughterhouses are appropriate or not, but yet we can go further than that. We can talk about methane. We can talk about trying out being a vegetarian and what does that look like, moving from a little bit of a classroom learning into an actual movement across the school so that sustainable habits can be formed. And I think those types of academic inquiries that allow students to experience it and understand it at a deeper level will get them into being community activists.
Yeah, before I hand to Ruth, I think there's some really practical things you're hearing here. And again, if you genuinely want hope for the world, your future employees, these are examples of action. And I guess my other key word that's a good word for us today, it's great to dream, and dreaming is important. It's always great to think because you start planning stuff out. But ultimately, the responsibility of all educator institutions is to help people do stuff. Whether it's successful or not is largely irrelevant. You learn more from failing anyway. But doing, like building a boat, and does it float or not, and can I move from point A to point B, is a really good outcome for everyone. And I'll pass to Ruth for comment.
Thank you. Much appreciated. You start from very young age, but we have an easy way out because our students come at the age of 16 or over. If I am to pick one of the initiatives, we have many. I am particularly impressed with our verbatim theater. What is a verbatim theater is that students interview people on a subject, on a theme, and they write down all the notes on the interview, and then prepare a script for drama, and then they perform it on stage. So the whole idea integrate all the skills that they were taught at school. So the skill of learning a new language, so some of them are learning Chinese, even though they are from another country. So they have to learn communication skills, social skills, also skills if they go to another country to do the verbatim theater, they have to learn cooking, taking care of themselves, and life skills. And drama is one of the subjects in our IB program. And through working this way, the students have very good idea what it is like if they role play another person. And that compassion, a feeling, is much more intense if you can write a script after the interview. And we do have students doing it locally in Hong Kong, and they interview immigrants from other countries, Filipinos, Indonesian people, and they really have the compassion. So one of the main idea, you talk about the 4 pillars, we also have the 4 pillars from Kurt Han, one of which is through service you give, you activate compassion for people. And we do have students going away from their comfort zone, and this is another of our pillar. So you go on an expedition, and then you are away from your comfort zone, and then you do something which is life-changing. And students come back to us telling us that, oh, we are having a rebirth because of that certain experience. So at UWC, we often have students coming overseas from very deprived countries and even war-devastated countries like Afghanistan this year. And before, we also have students from Syria and through interviewing these people, our youngsters have a good grasp of what it is like to live in the wartime. And our motto, our vision, mission is peace and sustainability. So through this type of interviewing people at war, people living in wartime, they have a fairly good grasp. The grasp is not just cognitive. We have them acted out in the theater and really role play. So all these are very, very powerful for our youngsters to learn and also to act out in real life. And this is how this is sustained.
I think, again, some really good examples, and I'll maybe go, if you're in a school management team or school governance, let me give some thoughts here from my perspective. If you have not already, then I think you're well behind if you haven't started working on a revisioning of your strategic framework, your strategic plan, and then the actions that go underneath it. Strategic framework is your thinking. Ideally, when you develop that, it is strong enough that regardless of all the noise in the market, so ChatGPT is the big one at the moment, right? Innovation, super sexy word, not many people actually know what it means. A little while ago it was entrepreneurship, everyone threw that around, no one was doing anything. So how do we actually come up with a strategic framework that guides our thinking for planning? And I again would encourage everyone, if you have not already, go to UNESCO, have a look at the Delors Commission, and have a look at these 4 pillars. Regardless of what happens in the world, the fundamentals of education have not changed. If you look at the writings of Socrates, Socrates was writing a long, long time ago about how terrible teenagers were, how they would not dress properly, they would not engage with adults very appropriately. Now, those of us that are involved in the world of teenagers would very much agree with that. Hasn't changed. But the fundamentals of great schooling are the same. We send children to school to engage and learn about self and others. The challenge of the pandemic is that that opportunity was really restricted. You can love online as much as you like, it's not the same. So in our strategic thinking, your strategic framework, I'd really encourage you to go and have a look at the Delors report. It will give you some overarching thinking, regardless of what the technology is, that may well guide you into the future without too much change. The second level then is the strategic planning. And great strategic plans have 4 sections. The first section is non-negotiable and should always be the first. People. Everything we've mentioned here this morning from the 4 panelists has been about people. All of the examples has been about people. The second element of a strategic plan is program, the stuff. Then you go through process and practice, the culture of it all. And that's what a good strategic plan has. And then you get your actions from it. If you're involved in the selling of school, the investing of schools, you're in a really hard market at the moment. The research that's come out globally is that regardless of the country, international schools have become now more localized. Part of that is obviously the challenge of people moving around, but there has been a more domestic market in the international schools. Parents, don't make the decision on coming to your school because of how glossy your brochure is, or the fact that you've built $250 million schools. I've had the privilege of overseeing $1 billion of new school construction. I would love to tell you that those buildings have absolutely changed the world of education. They have not. So we should always remember the decision-making for a family, decision-making for a parent is an emotional one. And the stories that we've heard today from Haley, Ron, and Ruth are emotional stories. The stories matter. The people matter. So if you're at that governance level and thinking of a competitive landscape where you've got 80 international schools, Shanghai has 40 and a 40% drop in the addressable market in the last year. Schools are still there, 40% drop in the market. You need to be really smart with how you position yourself. And if we come back to this idea of education without borders, the reason why families look at our types of schools is they want their children to be great people, ready to go anywhere in the world. Yes, they want homework and exams and other stuff. Yes, okay. But they actually want great people. And that's where I'd like to go into perhaps our final question before we open up for the opportunity for the audience. The word used across our panelists and some of the other sessions is this word of innovation. Really nice word to say. Very easy word to say. But maybe we can share some concepts of where there is innovation, and going to Ron's perhaps definition before, of where there is innovation in our schools, and we'll then use that as an endpoint before we open it back up to the audience for questions. So maybe we'll start with Ron, we'll go Ruth, and then we'll go Haley with some examples of innovation in our context that perhaps is useful for you as an audience today.
All right. So innovation for us, as we've kind of looked at education and look at student needs and look at where they need to go, is we've started to focus on how to free up opportunities for students. If you were to come on our campus, and I know some of you have been on our campus, you see the social spaces for students and being able to be present even when you're not in class. We've created office hours for our teachers to work with students at their leisure between what normally would be the beginning of the school day or the end of the school day. We've just given students free time and allowed them to circulate around the campus, much like a university might. We've also created opportunities to work within the business community because what we know students need is experiences. How do they get out, and how do they see what the work that they think they want to do or major in or go to is really work that's going to be available or even interesting to them later on. So by creating internships and opportunities within corporations here in Hong Kong, as well as summer internships and opportunities within the United States and UK, so students can go and experience these learnings. And to do that, you have to, again, look at structures and figure out what is essential for a student to know when they graduate high school. Is it important for them to have 8, 9, 10, 15 advanced placement classes? Probably not. Most universities will tell you after 6, we stop looking. So why are we taking 7, 8, 9, 10? But if we do 6 or 5 AP classes and then we decide to go to do an internship in a STEM lab in Kowloon, which we have several students do, where they actually get to go into a clean room, into a white room, and work with STEMs, and they're only 16, 17 years old. That is getting them an opportunity to work in a field that they may be interested in, experience that other 18-year-olds going to high school won't have. So for us, that's where innovation sits.
That's excellent. And look, I'm going to challenge the panel now because we've had the sign of truth come around, which is the 5-minute sign. So we'll have a minute and then 2 minutes for questions.
Okay, I will be quick. We are very fortunate to have an internet-based platform company giving us 1 scholarship each year for 10 years. And this scholarship is not just restricted to learning at our school, but it involves our students going into the base at Shenzhen to work with the engineers and the people there. That company is prepared to receive us. But unfortunately, because of the pandemic, this was not yet materialized. So hopefully next year, when we meet again, I have better scenario for you.
Thank you, Ruth. Hayley.
Rather than talking about innovation in the curriculum, I'm just going to go back to what you were talking about with people. And what we've done a lot is to try and innovate our leadership team on a staff level, which I think is very important for people going away and running schools, but also leadership for our students. And we've done a lot of work around diversity, equity, inclusions, and justice. So me, for example, I was hired through an entirely blind process. I had to answer 5 questions. They didn't know what I looked like, who I was, where I came from, and then once they liked the answers to the questions, then I was invited to interview. For our student leaders, and we think this is incredibly important for them, not only have we vastly increased the opportunity for student leadership, but we've dramatically changed how they are appointed. And so our head students, who used to be appointed through interview, student vote, the teachers had a sway in the end, we have appointed our head students this year entirely through a democratic lottery. And I really encourage you to listen to a podcast by Malcolm Gladwell on this, but I can assure you that the 4 students who were drawn as our head students are likely not to have been drawn. And what we are really proud of is that this has given us a diverse and true representation of what our sixth form school looks like. And I think we can be innovative in our curriculum, but we need to be innovative with our people, and we need to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to make sure that the people making decisions, whether that be on a school leadership team, and this is the most diverse school leadership team I've ever had the privilege to work for, but more importantly with our students, so that they see the value of diversity in leadership and have opportunity to experience it, whereas previously before maybe they wouldn't have had.
My 30-second pitch is actually to the audience. We all go to forums and conferences. We need to remember why this forum exists. And the founding intention was to bring together all of the key people within the ecosystem of education to ultimately have an impact. So it's awesome we come together, we have a coffee. There is a danger that when we leave here today, that the forum opportunity ends. To innovate is develop an ecosystem. And I would really encourage everyone in this room before the final session today is to set a goal. Who are you going to connect to from this forum, to engage with, to help set up an ecosystem? We represent schools, so we're kind of your starting point of a journey. We have other industry partners, governance, all sorts of other people. If we're going to innovate, it starts with action, and action is so easy to say and sometimes challenging to do. We have the challenge as an audience today, and I give you that challenge, and certainly the challenge that if I come hunting you down around lunch, please don't be scared. I'm a very nice person most of the time, but to look at where those opportunities are. Yeah, we'll hand over for questions, I think.
I'd like to first ask Edith for permission of extension for 5 minutes, if that's okay. Thank you. So thank you for an amazing, thought-provoking discussion just now. In extension to what, Dave, you were just hitting on about taking action based off of what we had shared, I also want to pass a bit of attention to the educators sitting on the side of the room, representing secondary school school heads from a lot of local schools of various bandings, right? So yesterday we talked a lot about bringing globalization perspectives to local communities, right? Aside from just transporting us over to different places in the world, right? What we could do, Education Without Borders, even within Hong Kong. So one thing I would really like to ask the panel, and also I would really love to see if we could have like a mini discussion, is if you could curate a dialogue, one question that would ultimately lead to action in collaboration with our secondary schools in Hong Kong, local secondary schools in Hong Kong. What would that be? And then if I could ask anyone from the local community to have this discussion, that would be amazing. Thank you.
I'll give you a really short statement. Don't start with the students. I know that's very controversial. Start with your school leaders and start with your staff in what it means to think a little different. Ron made this comment before about the development of staff, and I think that's most critical. Begin with your team on the ground, and then it will filter through to the kids. That would be my first thought.
So one question to ask so it's interesting because several of the people on that side of the room I've worked with through Envisioning Education. I see Jennifer there as well, and it's just been a really good opportunity to collaborate and to work both with schools that are different, but also with Harvard, and to talk a little bit about Project Zero work. And I think that from my point of view, I have an answer to many of the questions I might ask at the school level, but I think at the higher level would be, what can be let go of so that students become the focus? What can we let go of so students become the focus? Because there's so much jammed into students' lives here in Hong Kong, even in our schools, that we have to deconstruct that to give them opportunities to slow down and learn.
Thinking from my perspective, what do you think we can contribute? UWC is a very unique experience and very alien to some of our local schools. What do you think we can contribute to make a better life for our local teachers?
I think I would be quite similar to Ron in the question that I would be asking, and I would say sort of, how can we collaborate to have an impact beyond just academic success?
My question is, to what extent can you be brave enough to do what's right for children in stepping away from the current model?
That's a great question.
Yeah, thank you for that question. This is Angeli from Catholic Education Lab, and I would love to have hypotheses on how that strengthening of that ecosystem can happen. I think Education Without Borders is a common goal, not just what international schools is striving for. And I wonder, especially in terms of that breaking of that silos on considering sharing this education belief, what do you think as international schools you could contribute in collaboration with local schools, and not just contribute, but the learning from local schools in understanding and be grounded in that local context as well?
So there's an example within Guangdong. So Huangpu District in Guangzhou set up a committee which for a little while I had the chance to be the chair of. And it was a really interesting model. So the model was layers of leadership from international, bilingual, and local schools. And it was all about sharing, mentoring, so there was a buddy system. And it stayed at that level. It wasn't about kids going and playing football in the afternoon or having a bake sale or whatever else. It stayed at that level, and it was very much about, there were some themes to it. So some of it was capacity development of staff, How do we look at inquiry within the classroom regardless of models? What's it mean in the world of changing technology? Very different curricula, very different sort of business of education, but the government set that up. And it just happened to be for a little while, I was the guy sitting on the panel, but that would be a good model. Bring everyone into the room. In Shanghai, there's an education forum just been set up, and the challenge there has been to change it from what it was, which was only universities, to now it's the whole ecosystem of education. Training centres, language institutes, schools and other stuff. That's cool. Then you start getting some good stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say the same in terms of creating the dialogue in space so that it's an opportunity to get together and share ideas and to see what it looks like in the other areas, like visiting a school, visiting a program, understanding what is special about that. It gives us all insight how to learn together. And I really feel that, again, I've been fortunate to have had those experiences in the last 3 years with Catalyst working with us. But also I think it's that ongoing, now what? It's not the then what, but the now what. How do we move it forward and what are we going to continue to have dialogue around?
Yeah, and I know there is opportunity in Hong Kong already. There is something called the Wellbeing in Schools Networking Group, and they invite all schools across Hong Kong. It is an open group to have dialogue, to be part of the conversation about what we're doing in schools to support students. Kellett is actually hosting one in November, if you want to come along, but the next one is actually in September, and that's about staff well-being. So there are groups that do exist in Hong Kong. We just all need to get on board and be part of that dialogue and ongoing conversation so that we can buddy up.
Yeah, Hong Kong is an amazing place because it actually, and I know this sounds horrible coming from me, but English is a medium that people can work within. Yeah. And usually that's an obstacle. Like when I lived in Shanghai, when I lived in Paris, the obstacle was the language. We couldn't get through that to interact. So we have no excuse on that level.
We'll just get, if it's okay, we'll get Ruth to make a comment, and then mindful of time, because I promised we are the golden hour. And I don't want to break my promise, and I can feel the hunger growing in the room, and we can continue the dialogue outside. So let's give Ruth a chance for a final comment.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the time here and the sharing, and I hope we learn a lot from each other. We are at this 21st century, and yet there's still a lot of inequality around us. In particular, up front, I can see that girls from war-devastated countries like Afghanistan have no chance and no opportunity to go to school. And that is why LPC UWC has created scholarship for these war-stricken children so that they have a better chance here. But the point is, after our 2 years at LPC UWC, they have nowhere to go. Are they going back to their war-devastated country? We do have to hold their hands and walk the extra mile with them. And that is why we have been working very hard to see whether there are industry and other businesses who are gracious enough to create and work together with university to create some kind of scholarship for these students to stay on in Hong Kong and receive their university education, and then maybe to work here and start a life here. So that is what UWC is about.
That's excellent. And look, I think on behalf of the panelists, thank you for your engagement. We hope this hour has been interesting, and I'm sure I can see on faces that the conversation's going to continue outside. I'd like to remind everyone of the challenge. And the challenge is, at the end of this, don't be one of those people that leaves a forum or a conference, says what a great experience, and you put the folder in the cupboard and never look at it again. Use the remaining time today as an opportunity to connect, to engage, set a goal and take action. And can we give our panelists a big round of applause, please?
Thank you very much.
So I'll hand over, I know it's lunch, so come on, they're ready.
Well, I thank you very much, David. I think that was an exciting panel where we actually feel the international perspectives, because we did listen to them about how international practices are embedded or engraved or integrated with local schools. I think a lot of that has been very inspiring for us and made our panel more exciting and fruitful. So thank you all again for participating with us today. So as David has mentioned, it's lunchtime. So please, everyone, with your badge, you can go downstairs for a lunch buffet. And please come back around, I think it's 14:10. Yeah, I think it's 2:10. So please come back at 2:10 at that time, and we will have also very exciting sessions coming after, which is named as From Scholars to Change Makers. 2 o'clock. So please do come back at 2 o'clock. So thank you very much. And for your translations, maybe you can leave it in the back if you don't need to use them right away.
好像还是有一点，稍等一下。好，梁教授，您再念一段材料，我们再试一次，我们再听一下。
1, 2, 3, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Testing, testing.
对，梁教授，您看您有没有就是材料可以念一下，大概1分钟左右？因为我们这边直播这边测试的话，它需要有一定的延迟。对，您可以大概再念久一点点，我们再试一下。
Okay. What is STEAM? STEAM stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts or AI, and Mathematics. STEAM is not a subject, it's not even a cluster of subjects. It's not just coding or robotics. It is an approach to education and learning. So there are a number of characteristics of STEAM education. It's interdisciplinary, collaborative, technology-driven. It promotes inquiry-based active learning, and it tackles real-life problems. End of testing. Is that okay?
再一次，再来一次，再来一次。
Oh, okay. So the latest real-life problem provide examples and the context for students to learn. But by the time they graduate, the context and the problem will be different. So the learning process in STEAM is more important than the content you learn in STEAM. End of testing. Is that all right?
OK 了，梁教授，您这边都 OK。对，您下午的话也是保持这样的一个设备和网络接入，然后您要戴一下耳机，就像现在这样子，好吗？您能听到我这边的声音吗，梁教授？
好的，可以，没问题。
好的。对，好。那梁教授这边您可以先行下线，我们再跟 Alice 这边测试一下。好，谢谢您。
好，谢谢。
对。好 ，Alice， 你这边有没有一段材料？您大概朗读个1分钟，我们来试一下。
好。Nevertheless, comparing teacher engagement with DMC among teachers is not to suggest that a reluctance to use DMC at an integral level is due to a lack of professionalism from teachers. Though some extent of conservativeness may need to be acknowledged. Given that DMC is largely absent in language teachers' professional experiences, it seems natural for L2 teachers to begin with and remain at incidental and ambivalent engagement with DMC for L2 teaching and learning.
Hello, Alice， 你这边继续，然后我们 test 一下，就是您这边说话的同时，我们开2支麦同时说话，看一下是否会影响。
好。
好，那您这边就继续朗读，然后我们可能就是会 testing 一下。
In capturing a broad range of literature approaches our data set.
对，我觉得现在 OK 的，没有问题的。我们现场听的声音也非常清晰，但我想。
汪教授您好，可以听到我们的声音吗？
可以听到。
好的，我。
1200平方米，采用无柱式设计，全方位满足您个性化会议活动需求，并拥有11个不同规模的会议厅，分别配有先进的数字化专业视听系统、会议教学设备，适合各种规模的会议及分组讨论和举行培训教学等。可以吧？
我们这边试一下，稍等一下。因为我们这边要同步去听一下那个直播的声音，所以您稍等一下。我感觉 OK。好的好的 ，OK。
我看看用计算机是不是老米会不会更好一点？啊，你们要觉得这个可以的，就不用麻烦了。
刚才那个。
Hello everyone, please kindly get seated soon. Our sessions will begin very shortly. Hello, welcome back everyone. Now we're getting to the part of the afternoon of day 2. I'm sure all of you have been very excited for right now, as the coming up panels will continue to be fruitful and exciting. So I'm hoping you're feeling refreshed after a lovely lunch. As we're moving into the afternoon sessions, we are having an exciting lineup of sessions that I'm certain that they will also pique your interest and stimulate further discussions. Our next session is titled From Scholar to Changemaker. And this is a theme that resonates actually deeply in the current global climate. We have scholars who are armed with knowledge and ideas, and they are going to share with us how do they navigate leap from being learners and becoming leaders of their industry. And this session, I am to delve into the questions and uncover the insights that will inspire scholars and educators alike. Moderating this session, we'll have a distinguished individual who has been a pioneer in marrying academics with social impact. That is, please allow me to welcome Professor David Pan. Oh, okay, so we're jumping to another panel. You know, the problem about education is that there are so many aspects that we can talk about. So we're jumping into this session 10 first, which is focusing on STEAMing education in an era of AI and digital economy. Just as we've talked about ChatGPT so often, and I actually wrote part of the moderator script with ChatGPT. I'm so excited for the coming up sessions that which will be focusing on how do we use it as a tool. So please allow me to welcome our moderator, Mr. Alfred Tron, to join us on this session.
Shall we invite other panelists on the stage?
Yes, please let's allow Mr. Bruce Au, who is the Innovation Advisor to Bloom Academy, and Mrs. Jennifer Yu Chen, the Group President and Deputy Vice Chairwoman from CTF Education Group, and Professor Frederick Long, who is the President of International Commission on Mathematics Institution, also the Chairman of Faculty Board, Kintoi Professor in Mathematics Education from the University of Hong Kong. And of course, Professor Yang Wang, who is the Vice President from the Institutional Advancement for Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. Let's give them a round of applause for starting this session with us.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone on the site and from online. And we are very happy that we have a great panel consisting of educational leaders and innovators, and also scholars in mathematics education, mathematician, and university leader. actually, we have been in the process of a tremendous change and seen in a century in which education is also undergoing big change, fundamentally from always. My observation from between the workplace and the school is that if we look at the basics of literacy during the past hundreds of years, they were triple R's, reading, writing, arithmetic. But after the last decade of the 21st century, the basic elements of literacy, especially driven by the innovation and technology and the new industrial revolution, the basic elements of literacy has become STEAM. But different from the triple R's, the basic elements of STEAM are not divided, not separated. Actually, they are connected and integrated for a purpose and relevant collectively, if not equally, to the changing real world. So we wonder, what are some effective strategies and successful solutions for universities and schools to implement STEAM education, preparing our students well for the better future? Bruce, you have been advising and managing many STEAM projects with Bloom Academy, Hong Kong Jockey Club. We are curious how such projects is going on and what results have brought to our students. Please.
Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone. Really appreciate you joining right after lunch. I'm tasked, I think, with giving you a brief overview of STEAM education from a sector perspective first, meaning policy directions, school circumstances. To begin with, let me just share out of the bat one of the most exciting news that has happened in the sector. Last Friday, the Secretary for Education of Hong Kong government sent to all primary and secondary schools a circular memorandum. Right. If you haven't read it, now you would know about it. It talks about the adoption of 2 new curriculum modules, one on coding education for upper primary schools, and the other one on AI education for lower secondary schools. That is a milestone, and I would like to say that it is probably the Act 3 of the Hong Kong story. It is now about mainstreaming STEAM education in Hong Kong, how to fit this, stay on course to Hong Kong's talent agenda, as well as the equity imperative. More on that. But my task, I think, was to bring us back to the 2 acts before the mainstreaming. How did Hong Kong come to this point? In the memo, it mentioned 2 particular programs whose curriculum and pedagogy were adopted. In fact, you'll be able to learn more about it on next Tuesdays. There's a ceremony going on in Central Saigon. Those 2 projects, I was lucky enough to be the grant manager behind the expansion phases of these 2 projects. Even though I'm the innovation advisor to Bloom Academy, my day job is actually in a rare profession of grant making, charitable grant making. So these 2 projects were prominently mentioned in the memo, and I think that would bring us back to the Act 1 of this Hong Kong story, which was that the world has changed. I wouldn't labor the point too much, since Alfred already talked about how change in technologies has affected the world and definitely the education sector. But just 2 points I want to mention that really fit into Hong Kong's story. The first one was that PISA, the OECD program for international student assessment, that started, I think, in 2000. And that's really when the whole world, after PISA, has started to notice, oh my God, look at these great countries and places like Hong Kong, South Korea, that are ranking so high. And big economic powers like the US and many countries find themselves kind of ranking low in the league table. But I think the bigger point behind that was the basic literacy was no longer enough to prepare students for the 21st century. And with that, many places started to change their education policy. Israel, Estonia were some bright spots early on. South Korea started in 2011. If you look at Singapore, they have applied learning programs around 2014. And all these came from this 21st century. What do we do? What do we have to do to make our students future ready? So Hong Kong was really in the middle of it, partly because we ranked high in PISA, but partly also because we were still debating and discussing what can be done in the education sector. Act 2, that was 2016. That's when the Education Bureau in Hong Kong published its first report to promote STEM education. At the time, it was still STEM. And the story was really one that is about cross-sector development. That set the stage. That was the main success factor to come to today's point of mainstreaming. Cross-sector, that really means that this movement was not from just the private sector or just the education sector. It was started from school leaders working with university professors as well as the government. The 2 projects I mentioned and the memo mentioned was basically a convening platform for the multiple sectors to work together. And I would just highlight 2 points to let you know how the starting of STEM and STEAM education can reach today's point of mainstreaming. One was about learning from other places' success and perspective. Because one really important thing that happened, especially for the primary schools coding education, was that the project adopted a perspective from MIT in the US, which was to say it is not about learning to code and about coding to learn. That made all the difference because, I kid you not, even at the time in 2016, we were talking about AI will help you code. Don't teach the students to code. Voila, today, ChatGPT actually basically make that a reality. It's really quite amazing looking back how that decision was so key. Otherwise, the direction of the whole STEAM education could potentially derail into more about the computer science discipline, more about preparing technology talents, but not about using coding as a means to learn, as a means to fit the education reforms agenda. I think other panelists will talk more into what that means in the classroom, but that's the point, number 1, I want to mention in the Act 2 of the Hong Kong story. And then the other point, very briefly, was about how different sectors collaborated. And that sector collaboration made it possible for the government to actually push out policy, because before the policy was announced last Friday, actually 5, 6 years have passed where curriculum has been created, tested, and used in schools already. And most importantly, there were teachers, especially primary school teachers, who already had experience in teaching STEAM education, who can then serve as the trainers for more teachers as Hong Kong mainstream. So both learning from other places' experience and really started early from a bottom-up approach was really important in bringing Hong Kong to today's point, where you see the government can announce a policy of adopting a curriculum for all primary and secondary schools for both coding education and AI education respectively. So I hope this gives you a bit of good news on how Hong Kong has come along in the past 7, 8 years, what really have happened, and then we can delve further into the emerging opportunities and challenges.
Thank you, Bruce. That's true. Yeah, many exciting explorations are happening inside classrooms. Jennifer, STEAM programs have been implemented in schools, especially in early stage. Would you share with us the innovating practice inside and outside the classroom?
Sure, thank you, Alfred, for the question and for setting this up, Bruce, regarding primary and secondary schools in Hong Kong. So I just want to give some background as to the context of my sharing. So I lead the CTF education group here in Hong Kong, and our vision is to empower the next generation to be future ready. And certainly that includes being STEM ready, but also in navigating the digital era. And our groups of schools focus on K-12, so from kindergarten, primary schools, and secondary schools. And many of the programs that Bruce had alluded to, we also have in our primary and secondary school through our STEM programs and signature programs on coding and robotics. But I thought what I would share a little bit more today is in the area of early childhood. So similar to the time frame that Bruce has shared, in 2017, we started to see that there was a need to rethink our early childhood programs and how we can keep with the changes that are happening in this AI, in coding, and how do we get our young learners ready from a young age. Can I have my slides? Just thought to show some slides here. So perhaps because of my background in engineering, I became really interested in 2017 to see and explore how we can better equip our young learners from a young age to be ready for STEAM disciplines. With my background, having studied engineering at Columbia, industrial engineering, operation research, but then I professionally became in the finance industry. And in the last 14, 15 years, a K-12 educator. I believe that preparing students for STEAM disciplines, and in fact this digital era, is not just about the hows, not just about the technical skills of doing STEM disciplines and coding, but also really about their thinking process and their routines and their creativity, and many of these competencies that are necessary for our young learners to become the future leaders in society. And so with that, I came across Dr. Edward Clapp's research from Project Zero at Harvard Graduate School of Education. And his first book that I had come across was really focused on primary and secondary education and how maker-centered learning was implemented in the classroom. And even then, in 2017-18, many of the schools around the world, including universities, were beginning to use maker-centered learning approaches. However, for early childhood, and in Hong Kong, we're talking about students from the age of 2 to 6, that's when they go into kindergarten programs, that area was not fully explored and frameworks were not fully developed in terms of helping teachers bring these theories into practice into the classroom. So CTF Education Group, along with Victoria Educational Organization, so our kindergarten, we began a research studies with Dr. Clapp's team to explore how to bring these theories into the practices into our kindergartens. And that's when we began this project. So after our 2 years of research, we developed a playbook. Dr. Clapp's team had observed the way that we teach and also the learning practices and the design of lessons in our classroom to come up with this framework that we've then published into a playbook. Dr. Clapp has published into a playbook. And there are really 3 components to this. So if you just bear a moment to hear the theories, and I'll kind of share with you how it is done in practice. The components are about looking closely, about exploring complexities and finding opportunities. In particular, in the first 2 areas of looking closely and exploring complexities, that is so important as the foundations of STEAM readiness disciplines. And we're not just talking about learning STEAM, but about having students develop that mindset whereby they can have breakthroughs in research in the future to innovate, right? And it really begins with cultivating those deep observation skills in asking questions and engaging in hands-on learning. So you can just see some photos here of our students really looking closely into things around the school, but also in the classroom to really understand how to gather information. And this is done from a young age. We begin these practices in the classrooms from age 3 in our school. And exploring complexities is taking things apart, seeing that things are made of parts, because this also helps them to develop a thinking routine of complexity, and then also finding opportunities to apply their knowledge. So I thought, this is very theoretical, so I thought I'd bring a prop to kind of convey how this looking closely and exploring complexity really does help to cultivate that deeper learning. So if I can ask one of my fellow panelists for some help here, if I showed you this is actually our school mascot, so this is Victor. What do you see? Like, what is this? Bruce?
Hi, it's a bear. Okay. It's in a uniform. It's blue, looks happy, wearing shoes.
Great, excellent, okay. So, I would imagine if you go into a classroom and show this to most children, 3 to 6 years old, 90% or if not more would tell you that this is a teddy bear, right? But in looking closely, what we have students do is take this teddy bear apart, would have them, sketch out the different parts of this, and suddenly they say that this is a teddy bear, but this is also some strings here. There's also this really soft, furry fabric. And if you cut this open, there's cotton, but actually there's something down here. There's some beans down here because it allows it to prop and sit. There's some weight, right? So why did they put beans in here? Why is it not just cotton, right? So you can see how this exploring complexity suddenly allows them to make deeper connections, to engage in deeper learning, and thereby develop those foundational skills for STEM and innovation in the future. So my last slide here, just to show what is happening in the classroom. So on this side here on the right, at the top, these are our K3, so they're 5 to 6 years old. This was from 2 years ago when they had a STEM festival looking at water conservation and protecting the environment. Students were working in groups, and this boy here was presenting their group's work and sketching out a prototype. It's a bit small, but there were like solar panels. There was also, wind power. And then these students down here actually created a prototype of their designs through this process. So I remember seeing the student at the bottom present. It was a water filter monster. They had used sand and rocks and etc. to create this amazing design to filter dirty water. And these 2 here were from this year's exhibition of our 6-year-olds, so our K3s as well. And their problem set as they were looking were at solving issues around them. And so one group had done a work which I thought was really amazing. Right here, this is actually a redesign of their book bag cabinet at school. So they wanted to improve their class's organization and self-management skills in preparation for primary school. So they created this prototype, and on one side, I guess this is the right-hand side, there's a magnetic strip, and there's magnets on it. It says, put your book bag away, return your handbook, put away your shoes. So every time they finished a task, they would move one of these magnets to the right-hand side, and in that way, they could, develop that self-management in taking care of their morning kind of routine at school. And there's also a timer at the top because they wanted to learn about time management. So, the students had presented this at their exhibition in such detail because they did this hands-on. They spent months understanding the needs and the struggles that students had and were trying to solve a problem. So as you can see, these are just examples of the ways that we took the research into the classroom. But at the early childhood stage, we really believe that, while it's important to gain exposure to some of those skills of coding and robotics, we want to cultivate actually the thinking routines, the capacities that allow our students to work collaboratively, to think out of the box, to be creative, to be communicative, to ask great questions, because this will prepare them not only for STEM disciplines and the digital era, but in navigating all sorts of changes that are to come in the future.
Thank you, Jennifer. Amazing. The makers' education from a very early stage empower the kids to maintain the curiosity and the creativity along the lifelong journey. Thank you. And let's move on to the online platform. Yang, you have done a lot of research across pure mathematics and industrial and applied mathematics, such as applications in blockchain and crypto assets. You also promote the interaction, cooperation between industry and university. So we want to know, what are the implications from your experience? What's your vision for the STEAM education? Yeah.
Thank you, Alfred. I actually gave a talk the other day about the changing landscape of education. By the way, I do hear a little echo, so I hope it's okay. One of the things I noticed was, ChatGPT, I think Bruce mentioned ChatGPT, in the very beginning, gained tremendous popularity. Within 2 months, it reached 100 million users, okay? And so the latest, not the latest, actually a few months ago, there was a survey saying 89% of the students using AI and ChatGPT. So to many, AI, the latest development of ChatGPT and the similar AI platforms are being viewed as a highly, highly effective tool for cheating in classrooms, which triggered many universities to implement various policies to restrict its use. And we have seen, for example, Hong Kong U, and Hong Kong U is not the only one. In fact, many universities in Europe and US also restricted the use of ChatGPT. But in HKUST, we actually thought ChatGPT presented a different opportunity. It's an opportunity for education. I actually really like what Bruce said in the beginning about code to learn. This is the MIT model. And in my view, that if we take AI as a tool, because this is a tool, we cannot simply say bang it, okay? So we may just as well embrace it. So what are some of the opportunities? I think this is the key question the whole education community must be asking today, okay? So let me give you an example. A few days ago, it was reported that one of the artists actually entered a fairly competitive digital art competition and won the grand prize, but his work was actually done by Midjourney, so it was not his own work. And there was this story was one thing, okay, but there was another story which got my attention. One author published a children's book in 1 weekend. Okay. What he did was he drew all the pictures, there were 12 of them, using Midjourney, and all the stories were written by ChatGPT. Of course, he had to conceive, he had to come up with a story. ChatGPT is only a tool for you to write to put it in writing. And Midjourney is the same thing. You actually have to have the story first. You have to tell Midjourney what do you want the tool to draw for you. Then you can come up with a decent book. And the book was actually well received. So when you look at this kind of situation, it actually says in the future, in fact, it's coming now, knowledge and education will be different. Okay? Some knowledge, like traditionally in Asian schools, university, we focus so much on the technical detail, okay? Technical, what we call fundamental skills. And that kind of skill in the new AI era might lose its original value. So I think the value now is being discounted, okay? So what are some of the values that will be highlighted? In fact, will play an ever more important role. It will be your way to judge, okay? Your critical thinking, your imagination, okay? And certain other skills, which we may not be teaching today, okay? So in fact, the whole AI era, in my view, I mean, I called it, actually many others have called it AI 2.0, has, in my view, brought more opportunity than challenges. Okay, there are obviously many, many challenges, but to me, there are actually more opportunities to be presented. For example, how many people today, I mean, without using AI tools, feel comfortable in writing a book? Okay, how many people feel comfortable in creating an artwork? Okay, or even to make a movie without AI? Actually, these are kind of skill, we have very, very high bars to enter the field. But today, AI has dramatically lowered the bar, right? Have dramatically altered the way we do things. So because the bar has been lowered tremendously, that means we could truly practice so-called, like MIT, code to learn. Okay? So you practice to learn. You use AI tool to bring your imagination out, to actually being creative. And we look at a certain, a very successful educational model. For example, Harbour Kowloon. It's called project-based learning, right? The students come in, they do projects. Okay? However, many universities have tried to duplicate the all-in model, and they found it to be very challenging, partly because it requires a tremendous amount of, a very, very high student to faculty to student ratio. Okay, so it's typically 1 to 3, but if you look at the traditional universities, it's more like 1 to 20. Okay, so this makes a large-scale adoption of project-based learning very difficult. However, in the AI era, because the cost for creation, for creation is very, very low, okay, that actually allows us to implement more project-based learning. So I think in the AI era is going to dramatically alter how we teach. And I think this is a particular question, all educators must be thinking now. Okay, we cannot be delayed, otherwise we'll become irrelevant. We really have to do this. Okay, so, and to me, okay, I just want to say that to me, the kind of, I've been doing pure math, as Alfred, you already said, been doing pure math and applied math, and I can see that from my own educational point of view, even from my students, I say, well, why don't you consider, using AI, some of the AI tools to do certain things, especially in the digital economy Web3 era. I think Web3 will take off because of the now all the AI 2.2.
So you are finalizing your talk? Yes. Okay, thank you, Yang. Yeah, learning is revolutionized by the generative AI. That's true. And Frederick, you are at the cutting edge of international mathematics and science education. You led the long-term research on international mathematics and science study, for almost over 3 decades. Yeah, we You will give us a wider and a deeper understanding. Yeah, we appreciate your insights. Please, Frederick, not conclusion remarks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alfred. Thank you, Alfred, for your comments. And yes, I led this trends in international mathematics and science study. So as you see, the name has got mathematics and science there. So they are part of the STEAM, which is the topic of this afternoon. But I would argue that actually STEAM, as you mentioned, Alfred, at the beginning, they are not separate. They're not 5 separate subjects. They're not even a cluster of subjects. It actually is an approach to learning. I want to echo Yang's point about, okay, in this AI 2.0 era, so how do we teach? Or what education should we provide to our students? So I would think that this STEAM education, actually, it promotes a kind of approach to learning. Now, what are the characteristics of STEAM? Of course, it is technology-driven, but more importantly, it is interdisciplinary, integrated, collaborative, they stress collaborative learning, inquiry-based learning, and it claims that it tackles real-life problems. So these are the characteristics of STEAM education. Now, I would like to stress that by saying that it tackles real-life problem or real-world problem, actually, of course, we use the latest real-life problem, real-world problem as examples and context for learning. But remember, by the time our student graduate, the context, the problem will be different. Right? We mentioned about ChatGPT, right? If 6 months ago, you know, who knows about ChatGPT? We have to prepare our students for the new era. No ChatGPT even haven't entered our attention. So what I'm saying is that actually the so-called real-life problem, they just provide the problems, the context for us to learn. That is, the learning process is much, much more important than the content of what we learn. So I think this is what STEAM education should inspire us. You know, it's a stress on the process of learning rather than the content of learning. If you ask me what are the basic things about education, I think there are 2 elements. One is we have to learn some fundamental concepts and skills, which will form the basis for our future development. And second is learning to learn. So these are 2 basic things in education. So learning to learn means that the process of learning is important. So the STEAM education, where interdisciplinary, collaborative, technology-based, inquiry-based, etc., these learning process is extremely important for our students' future. Lifelong learning, this capacity to learn further is very important. And then the other element is fundamental concepts and skills to learn. So what fundamental concepts should students learn? Now, of course, coding, is it fundamental? You know, I don't know, maybe, you know, 1 decade later, the kind of coding will be totally different. But I think, since I'm in mathematics, mathematics is of fundamental importance. Actually, I argue that STEAM, you know, science, technology, education, AI, and mathematics, they are not parallel. Mathematics is of fundamental importance in this cluster of subjects. Why is mathematics important? Because mathematics is about abstract, rigorous, logical, critical thinking, and expression. It is actually an attitude towards knowledge, towards truth, towards light. So mathematics is a knowledge. And if I mention this, you'll see how important it is, you know, facing this era of fake news, you know. So what should we equip students with? I think we should equip them with fundamental things such as abstract thinking, rigorous thinking, independent thinking, critical thinking, something that is very important in Hong Kong. we're going to lose it if we don't stress this. So this is one thing, and the other thing is learning to learn. And these is what mathematics and also STEAM can offer us. So we talk about this education or university industry interface. I think the important thing is not to learn as many as the things that are happening in the industry, because it will be outdated very soon, but rather we should stress this fundamental critical thinking, independent thinking, this learning process. You know, as Jennifer also mentioned, the thinking process is the most important. So I would like to bring into this discussion about STEAM education, the importance of mathematics, the fundamental role mathematics is playing in the education of child, and also this learning to learn through STEAM education. Okay, I'll stop here. Maybe I've spoken too much already.
Thank you, Frederick. That's really important that interdisciplinarity is the key to implementation of STEAM education. Mathematics does play a more fundamental role integrating other subjects, not only as a common scientific language and tool, but also an interdisciplinary bridge by modeling as well. And because we start late, so Edith, give us more 5 minutes. So.
Yes, but we have to round up. And can we start the Q&A, please? And Dr. Davis has a question to ask.
Yeah, Dr. Yan, thank you.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I want to thank you, Mrs. Chen. And you are the business leader, and how you so much interest in education. And you gave us incredible presentation. I really appreciate. And so thank you for, and as business leader, to do this education, and not just financially support your education sector, also you involved with this. We really want to learn from you. And second things I wanted to ask Professor Liang, and I met with you, I think it's 1995, and Susan Furman and I met with you. You look the same, so what is the secret?
Oh, really? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. But the real question I want to ask you is, in the US, we are have the difficult situation for the school with the parents. And some school board decide the math is a recess. So, and they take the math class off. So, and I want to ask you, and how to, this situation, and how to make sure our society has a good the judgment about this math. So I really worry about this. So your advice to us is extremely important.
Frederick.
Yeah, thank you. This is the $1 million question. And I think, as I've said, math is very important. So, and I know the situation in the US. But math, as I said, is also has characteristics such as being very abstract, you know, so it's naturally very difficult for students. But I think this AI era, you know, provides us with a very good sort of medium to try to encourage students to learn mathematics. That is, through this AI tools, we can introduce some fundamental mathematics concepts. So the tool is not just for application, is a sort of a motivation for students to learn the mathematics. So if they're working on a project, I think the teachers can help them, okay, why does it work? You know, it works because there's a fundamental mathematics idea behind. And then you can use this as the motivation to help students to learn. Well, it may not, you know, help everyone. You know, those that are not interested in technology, for example, this doesn't work. But maybe, you know, this AI era provides us with one more kind of initiative to help students to learn. Now, of course, it's always, you know, the burden of the teacher to try to help to make mathematics more interesting, you know, more related to real life, you know, even at a young age. And I think Jennifer has already shown some very good examples, right? So if we use this very active kind of environment, to bring out fundamental concepts of mathematics, then perhaps it helps. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Very fast we come to the conclusion part. And thank you our fabulous panelists and our enthusiastic audience. And I have to conclude, to prepare our young generations to be critical thinking, creative, productive, and responsible. The communication and cooperation are crucial from the very early stage to empower our students with the STEAM mindset and create along their lifelong journey without losing the curiosity, without losing the sense of wonder. So the university, I think, could be a hub of STEAM education, connecting schools, businesses, communities, and other stakeholders locally and internationally to prepare our students for a bright future. So thank you, and have a nice weekend.
Thank you very much, those who are joining us online and being here with us offline. I think it's amazing panel that we just had. Actually, we're jumping into our final session. I know that a lot of you feeling, oh my God, it's getting our final session, starting to get emotional. But before that, I wanted to express my feelings that over the last 2 days, I really feel like we all have learned so much, both emotionally and through knowledge from our panelists and speakers. I remember yesterday, actually, Edith said something I thought was so inspiring. She was saying that her company's name is C.K. Hutchinson. And she elaborated this into C stands for compliment, where education needs a lot of compliment to the students to encourage them on learning. And K was standing for knowledge. You need to understand, to learn, to not only to learn, but also loving how to learn. And Edith says, C.K. Hutchinson, H means being humble. Always stay foolish, stay humble, always be eager to learn. I thought that was so inspiring and also leading us to our final session that is coming up. Our next session is titled From Scholar to Changemaker. This theme actually resonates deeply in our current global climate. We have scholars who are armed with knowledges and ideas about education. And moderating this session, we have distinguished individual who has been a pioneer in marrying education with societal impacts. Please welcome Professor David Pan, the Executive Dean and Professor at Schwarzman College, Tsinghua University. He's more than just a respected professor himself. He also has a lot of insights and experiences that make him a perfect guide for this panel. Please welcome to the stage. Along, we're also welcoming our panelists, including Mr. Henry Chen, who's a co-founder and head of growth and innovation at Artifact Labs, and Mr. Bo Hong Chong, who is the managing director at Nanfing, Malaysia, and head of business development at Nanfing, and Mr. Dominic Feroza, who is the co-founder at Everlong, and also Ms. Rose Xinrong Lu, who is the former vice principal at Green Oasis School, who is also the founding member at Whittle School and Studios. Let's give him a round of applause, and let's excited for the next coming up panel, From Scholars to Changemakers.
Good afternoon. Thank you. We'll be not very emotional now. We're very happy. The happy ending. We'll be the happy ending. And good afternoon. And we're at the last session, maybe the least. We'll see. Why? Because the last 10 sessions are so excellent, very good. And we should give them A or A+. And so you should be promoted, our session. Okay, up to you. And so the topic is from scholars to change makers. And they are changing a lot of things already. And I talk in the classroom too much, and you will take leading role today. And I have many questions. The first question, I want to get feedback from you. what did you learn from the program from Tsinghua? And don't talk too much bad things and the good things. Okay, and starting from Rose, because you are the youngest in this panel, but you are the most senior. You're from second cohort. So
yes.
The lady first, go ahead.
Great, thank you so much, Dean Pan, and hi everyone. Very briefly, my name is Rose Liu. I'm from the second cohort at Schwarzman College, and I graduated in 2018, and in the past 5 years or so have worked in the education sector, mostly in primary and secondary education. So what I learned from the college, okay, so much, but I'll focus probably on two things today.
No, you can talk to the overnight, so that's short.
Yes, I'll make it brief. I think my two biggest takeaways from my year at Schwarzman, which I think will stay with me as assets for my entire life, are to be open-minded and to be proactive. I think by being open-minded, I mean not just being open to diversity in views, but also to be open to new experiences, and to trying out new things and actively look for things that you derive meaning from. And I think the college, I will be forever thankful to the college for creating an environment for us that encourages us to try out new things and have each year brought together a cohort of scholars from very diverse academic and cultural backgrounds that could inspire and challenge each other. So I actually got my first job in education while I was at Schwarzman, and I met a group of educational leaders coming from New York who are looking to establish innovative K-12 schools in China. And they were at the college, they were just visiting, and they wanted to speak to scholars who were interested in education. So I went to the dining hall and I had lunch with them, and we started talking about their projects. And it turned out that their first school in China is in Shenzhen. That's where my hometown is, where I was born and raised. So we started the conversation there, and it eventually turned into a job. They were looking to expand their team, but they didn't have any specific things in mind. So I think I was really lucky in that the college has brought together so many amazing resources for us. But by being proactive is to actively follow up on those resources and turn them into actual opportunities for ourselves. So I think, stay proactive, stay open-minded to new things. Yeah.
Very good, thank you. So that means you learned not from professors on campus, from outside the visitors.
Exactly.
Okay, so we should resign, we should be fair. No. So we need to invite a lot of visitors, okay, and guest speakers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep in mind. Henry, you.
Okay, I'll go next. Hello everyone, I'm Henry Chan, and I'm the co-founder at Artifact Labs. We are a Web3 company who works with historical and cultural institutions, and we look to preserve history with Web3 technology. I was the fourth cohort of the Schwarzman Scholars, and I have 3 key lessons that I learned from it. Number one is actually a shared lesson with Edith that she shared last night. It's humility. Just looking at the panel today, we have someone who founded one of the top schools in Shenzhen. We have someone who's looking to disrupt the NHS healthcare system. We have someone who's looking to interrupt the solar power industry. Just having these peers with me was a really, truly great experience and a constant reminder that there's so much to learn from our peers. And it also helps me to remain focused on being myself, on not looking to achieve every single thing, but I can actually truly focus on being myself. My second lesson is about always having an opinion. I think from a typical education background, we have a strong emphasis on knowledge. But what I learned from Schwarzman is that every single context that you're in, whether it's classroom, whether it's dining room, whether you're just hanging out with your friends, you are asked what you think. And I think that's truly, truly powerful. To me, what drives change is action. Action comes from opinion and not just knowledge. So the Schwarzman Scholars Program pushes us to always have a stance, to always have an opinion. And that gave me a lot of confidence, and I was very fortunate to learn that early in my career. The third point that is very interesting to me and very important is the power of network and of bond. So I actually have not met Bo Hong and Rose before yesterday, and I haven't seen Dom in 3 years. And the moment we met yesterday, last night at the dinner, I felt that instant connection because we had a shared common language, and we have that connection. And I think it's a very constant reminder that when you're looking to make change, the importance of cultivating these type of connections. So very, very fortunate to be a part of the program, and those are my lessons.
Thank you so much. And you mentioned the peer-to-peer is so important. And thank you for your kindness. I mentioned the classroom teaching. And also you mentioned the thinking. So there's opinions. That's so important. You know, in the morning, and we discussed a lot about critical thinking from Professor Jones and from Professor Dr. William Chong, talking about the critical thinking. That's so important. So hopefully our program will keep that and give our scholars a lot of opportunities to show their opinions and discuss and mingle and a lot. So that's critical thinking is so important. Thank you. Bo Hong.
Sure. Hi guys, I'm Bo Hong, Zhang Bo Hong. So I am in the third cohort. I currently run and was a founding member of NIFIN, Renewable Energy Development and Asset Management Company. It's really an honor and also even more a pleasure to be here today. I think for the Schwarzman Scholars Program, I would say I will focus on a specific thing that I learned, which was is actually a hard knowledge and is more on China policy, the logic and the continuity of China policy, and how it actually impacts the world. So my work and my study was really on renewable energy and on solar, and Chinese policy since I think about 2011, when it was started to have some major policies on the renewable energy side, until 2019. That was when I was in the program. There were many policies that came out and with impacts on the industry that I witnessed, but the program allowed me to have direct engagement with former decision makers, policy makers in NDRC, the National Reform and Development Commission. And conversations with them allowed me to understand the context in China at that time and their thinking behind the policies that were implemented, and also the fact that much of the market impacts that we see as people in the industry was expected by them. And I think that this kind of platform and perspective that I got by speaking with them is something that only the Schwarzman Scholars Program could have provided me.
Thank you so much. That connection is so important. So the Schwarzman Program and give you a platform. You can connect a lot of dots. And like this forum, right? So you come here and you can know a lot of things and know a lot of people, and very good for you. Career. So thank you so much. And you know, we can have this forum, we can have this session, and we should thank our organizers, Attendees, Dr. Davis and Dr. Susan, and a lot of people and organizers. So we should give them a big applause and thank you. Because it's a connection, right? Thank you. It's not the closing remarks. And so, Dominic.
Hi everyone, I'm Dom. Really happy to be here. This is actually my second FWE conference as a young leader, so I'd echo Pan Lauscher's sentiments around thanking the leaders and the founders of this. It's been an amazing conference. In terms of just a brief introduction, I'm from the UK, have British Indian origins. Henry mentioned I've just co-founded a healthcare business in the UK, but my background really is in economics. I studied at the LSE, then went to Oxford, worked in finance for a number of years, and then was very fortunate to do the Schwarzman Scholarship in the 4th cohort. That was in 2019, and Yeah, I mean, it was completely transformational for me. Learned a huge amount, but I suppose as an international scholar, I'll take a slightly different approach to what everyone else said, and that is my biggest takeaway was really about China itself. I've been very fortunate to live in China briefly before, but I don't think there's any better way to understand China and to overcome the misconceptions many people outside of China have coming in than doing the Schwarzman Scholarship. I mean, whether that be in the classroom, studying things like Confucian culture, and how that is really foundational to Chinese society, or to be honest, more importantly for me, studying from fellow classmates. That was amazing. They were so welcoming. They brought us into their house. I met their family. And then doing things like deep dives in Yunnan, led by, I'll give Pan the compliment he's been searching for, some amazing professors. And it couldn't have been a better experience in Yunnan, seeing China firsthand. Anecdotally, something that really sticks out to me is I've been studying the economics of China and economic development, and we landed in a city called Linsang, and it was a 12-hour bus ride to the village where we did this deep dive, where there was 10 of us. We were in the tea fields picking tea, understanding rural development. On our way back, we can see this huge, huge road being built, and that was going to take that 12-hour journey to a 3-hour journey. And to me, I could see how transformational that would be to them, but being able to see that firsthand was just a completely unique experience and something I'm incredibly grateful for.
Thank you, Dominic. And you mentioned that you studied the Confucian and the cultural. What did you learn? What's the Confucian study?
Putting me on the spot there, I think. I think I've been out of China for 3 years. You have to forgive my Chinese, but I think 和谐社会, the notion of a harmonious society, is actually extremely important to Chinese people. And there's such a misconception on the outside, the way China's reported on the news, that it's about antagonism. I fundamentally disagree with that. It wasn't my experience when I was there. And I think that does stem back to just the notion of Confucianism and trying to live harmoniously together.
和谐社会, harmonious society. Okay, thank you. And also you mentioned the deep dive. That deep dive, there's experimental learning, and we send our scholars, like Dominic and everyone, to the different locations in China, and they learn from local government, local enterprises, and also the schools. And that's a real China. Even Chinese, they stay in Hong Kong, in Shenzhen or Beijing. That is not a real China. So they want to understand what is the real China. After that, after we call the deep dive, experimental learning, practice learning, and they got a lot from that. The credit course, right? You pass, everyone passed. Okay, and so thank you, everyone. And another question also for everyone. And what is the key or important experience or the lesson you got from your working experience, from your career? You work a few years. We still started from Rose.
Okay. It's hard to pinpoint, I think, one thing. I think if I want to talk about a key takeaway or learning, because this whole conference is about education. I want to discuss where education is going, right? So I'll talk a little bit about, I think, my takeaway from my few years in education, what I think is really important in driving change in education. And that might be a little bit different from some of the topics covered in previous panels. We've talked extensively about technology, about AI, about mindset changes and things we need to look for, and ways to change the way we educate our next generation. I want to shift gear a little bit and talk about the importance of mental health and of mental wellness, which I think is something that is being increasingly talked about, but it is still, I think, an important subject that begs a lot more attention. So I've been working with primary school students mostly in the past 2 years, right? And it was exactly during COVID. And obviously schools were disrupted and learning was challenged in many different ways. And I think one of the things that we observed, not just in mainland China, but all over the world, is the rise in mental health issues, especially among children and adolescents. And I think we really need to think about what that means for the next generation, especially as they grow up with technology, which seems to be the cause for many of these mental health issues that we're seeing, including ADHD, and other things. So how our next generation of students and children will coexist with AI and all these type of technology while at the same time maintaining a good state of mental wellness, I think is a key issue. And something that I'm looking to explore more, I think, in the future. Okay. Yeah, I'll stop there.
Very good, thank you. And Rose, and I think she thought college education or post graduate education is too late, and she focused on the primary, secondary, and the school education, and started from K9, right? So that's in Chinese we call it 从娃娃抓起, right? So that's her opinion and her focus, and also she took action. And thank you. That's very good and very good sharing, Dominic.
I think the key thing I've learned from my work in founding this business is that you can't solve the problems of tomorrow with the toolkit of yesterday, and it's certainly something that's been underlined in this conference over the last couple of days, whether that be in the education space, but I think it's going to impact every industry, especially the healthcare space as well. We've known this kind of wave of AI has been approaching, and it's going to transform the society as a whole, but I think it's now here. I was completely staggered at the OECD meeting earlier at that data around how good the AI and automation tools are going to be versus the typical student, and by 2026, they're going to be 4 times better. So when I'm thinking about my work and my company, I'm trying to think about how can we future-proof ourselves and build a society and a business that's going to be able to operate in this future economy. And I think what that really stems down to is, firstly, a resilience. It's going to be difficult. But secondly, and linked to that resilience, a growth mindset to know that we can overcome these issues if we're dynamic, if we're proactive, and if we think ahead as opposed to think reactively about how to best tackle these problems.
Okay, the focus on the future and overcome all the difficulties. Okay, so that's what you learn. And also you want to focus on the China-Indian economic relations, right? What's the difficult about this?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a personal passion of mine. It's something I studied at university, China and India economic relations. I mean, from my perspective, it's very underlooked. They're going to be first and second largest economies in the world by 2050, 2055 perhaps. They're already first and second most populous countries, and I mean, to be honest, they have a 2,000-mile border they disagree on. There's very little bilateral trade compared to US-China, so I think it's going to be a bilateral relationship that is not necessarily going to be a problem, but it could be unless we focus on it and build strong economic ties. So yeah, that's another topic I'm very passionate about and would look to work in the future.
Thank you. We rely on you to do that continuously, okay? Thank you, thank you.
So the work that I'm involved in is on renewable energy projects across Greater China, including Taiwan and Hong Kong and mainland China, and also in Southeast Asia, in Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, and so on. So as I've covered earlier, when I was in the Schwarzman Scholars Program, I got really good exposure to Chinese energy policy and also grid development policy. And many people might not know this, but China is really ahead of most countries in the world in terms of renewable energy penetration, energy storage policy, grid development, electric vehicle deployment, and so on. And so for me, the place where I learned a lot and directly contributed to me for my work was that an understanding of China policy gave me a visibility into the future policies of other countries, other neighboring countries in Asia, because other countries copy China's policy in their deployment or in trying to catch up to China's renewable energy transformation plan. So for me, again, on the renewable energy policy side, infrastructure development side, China's progress is so driven by good policy making and good policymakers, and having access to that gave me visibility into what would happen into the future for other neighboring countries, and having that knowledge helped me prepare the company to build a company infrastructure to take advantage of those trends in the future.
Thank you. So you pick up the very hot topic, is ESG, right? The carbon neutrality. Okay, thank you. So you forget a little bit about AI and the ChatGPT. Okay, so hopefully you can put them together, as you mentioned before, right? Okay, thank you, thank you. And keep doing that. It's a long, long way to go. Okay, thank you. Harry.
For me, there were a lot of lessons from work that I actually learned during Schwarzman Scholars that I was constantly reminded of. So from a high-level perspective, right, I'm working in the intersection of history, culture, and technology. And the importance of diversity in this intersection, it's so important, right? At Schwarzman Scholar, we have scholars from many, many countries around the world. Throughout the school year, I had the opportunity to visit Mongolia with a representative from Mongolia. I had an opportunity to go to Egypt, spend about half a month in Cairo with a local scholar who was showing us every little detail about their culture, about their history. And tying that back to my work, I think this experience just gives me so much more appreciation and conviction of the importance of the work that I'm doing. So that's from the macro perspective. From a micro perspective, just thinking about it from a business operator perspective, diversity is still super, super important. Whether you're working with engineers, designers, product person, salesperson, finance people, they all have very, very different preferences, right? And to have that awareness, I think Schwarzman have trained me to be hyper aware of when to be disciplined, when to be ambiguous, to create freedom, when to be creative, when to be very strict and directive. And that constant balance of calibration, I think the program has trained us very, very well, and I see that I'm using at work every day. But to add on to that, and going to one of my points first, is that with all that complexity, you still have to be yourself. You still have to have your own point of view, have your opinion to drive process. So those are some of the lessons I have from work that I realized I already learned and kind of internalized during the school year that are slowly coming out. So yeah, those are the two examples.
Okay, thank you. You're so nice again. Thank you. And please the program. And the key points. And you learned a lot of how to deal with the different backgrounds and very diversified. And also, in our program is we have 80% from overseas and 20% from China, our scholars. And you can see it's a very diversified background in the classroom, on campus. And after they graduate, they can meet a lot of different organizations and meet the different peoples, but they know how to handle, how to communicate with the different peoples. That's so important. From us scholars, programs to the change makers. Okay, thank you so much. And the last question. And you know, we're talking about the school, we're talking about your career. And how about the future? How to continuously shape impact and give us some kind of one or two suggestions for the next generations of global leaders through education, based on your experience. Starting from you, Henry. Because you are so nice, and also the program is good. Okay, go ahead.
My humble opinion is to continue to focus on leadership. And I would define leadership borrowing a quote from our admission director, actually, our former admission director. Mm-hmm. He once told me that leadership is having, number one, the knowledge to find the right opportunities and problems. And number two, having the interpersonal skills to make it happen, to fix them. And I'll humbly add number three is having the conviction, willing to bet your career, willing to put resources and time onto solving these problems. So I guess my thought would be to double click on all these 3 points, right? Continue to build a very broad knowledge base, whether it's STEM, whether it's AI, how to use ChatGPT, renewable energies, etc. To continue that broad knowledge base. Number two is put young people in situations where they have to work with each other. Because in a business environment, that's going to be super, super crucial to make things happen. And then number three is always to force them or push them to have a conviction, to take a stance, so they're not afraid to make these bets to push for progress.
Thank you so much. 3 points. The broad vision, teamwork, and person working hard. So the first 2 is your job. The third one is our job. Okay, thank you, thank you.
Okay, so in terms of education and how I think it should be, it can be improved, or what is important on it. Well, I'm in the renewable energy sector, so I'm just gonna take 2 points. RE, yeah, R, resilience, I think, and E is experiential learning. So in whether working with younger people, including hiring nowadays, the 2 areas where I see education would really help them prepare for a long career, where there are a lot of uncertainties and new learnings required, like learning to learn required, is that first, they need to have sufficient experience and a diverse set of experiences that help them have a deep understanding of the theoretical knowledges that they would have learned in school. And second is the resilience to accept, or the humility to accept that they may have to relearn certain things and will encounter failures along the way. And I think that these 2 points are very indicative points on how far like a young person is able to continue on a path with even if they have the conviction for that.
Okay, thank you. RE, right? Okay, resilience and e-learning. Experiential learning. Okay, thank you. I thought it's a return to school. Okay, RE. Okay, thank you. Very important. As our mentioned, this is lifetime learning, right? Experiential learning, not only school. So thank you. So our school is the position is less and less. Okay, thank you, Dominic.
I think I'll build on Baoheng's point around resilience, but resilience in the face of lots of different perspectives and challenging views. It was on one of the talks yesterday, I think it was my friend Tony was talking about the importance of compromise when you have a strong vision. There's a misconception that you need to be this very alpha leader that has one view and never changes. There is going to be a lot of different and new information coming through when you approach any endeavor, and I think knowing when to compromise and knowing when to be very firm is probably one of the biggest challenges as a leader. And the best way in which I've found, at least in my very little experience, to tackle this is by trying to bring a broad consensus of perspectives into a problem and look for where people are coming from, and not just trying to understand, but understand epistemologically how they've come to that approach. So finding that balance, bringing in a broad group of perspectives and then choosing whether that involves compromise or your initial perspective, I think would be very important.
Okay, so working as a group and also the resilience and the leadership, right? So leadership, okay. So leadership is not only gets 1 year from our program. So the lifetime learning, right? So the leadership, okay. You lead different people and different things, even the money, right? So everything you should lead, right? Okay, leadership, that's the key issue. Okay, thank you, 3 of them. And Rose, you give the closing remarks.
I fully echo all the points presented by other scholars and friends. I will add one point about encouraging our next generation of students to be more inquisitive, to become independent thinkers who are self-aware. I actually think that's a real challenge. I think I was able to do a lot of those thinking during my year at the college, actually, figuring out what I truly want. What are some of the things I derive meaning from? And I was lucky that I had that environment, but I think we should start earlier. I think we should start much earlier, especially with technological advancement such as AI, which has been covered so extensively in the past 2 days. Changes are only gonna come faster, right? So we need to educate our children and teach them to ask questions and to stay curious. And you hear that talked about so much, but I think it's much harder to do than said. In our last panel, one of our panelists already gave really good examples of how some of the schools have started to change their ways of teaching and to encourage their students to be collaborative and to ask questions. And even in the previous schools I've worked in, we put a real emphasis on maker, on project-based learning, and we have this mindset, but a lot of times I find even myself and many teachers defaulting back to a more, I guess, fact-based way of thinking, and that has a lot to do with how we were educated when we were students back in the days, but that has obviously changed, and the society has changed, and it will continue to change in the future. So I think that requires a more active change in mindset in order to, for us as educators, to teach our next generation to stay curious and to become more resilient, because I think curiosity is key to resilience. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Rose. So there's two key points. There's independent thinking and self-aware, right? Yeah, so even I'm too old, I'm still struggling with these two key points. You know, a lot of information today, right? So it's also we discussed before, a lot of information give us a lot of misleadings because the fake news. Oh, there's the rumors a lot from the internet today, right? So we have to independent thinking, how to get it. So we have to learn a lot of things, right? It's through our lifetime learning. Okay, we have 5 minutes left, and 5 minutes left, and we'll take questions to our scholars. Don't ask to me. So there's the leading roles. And oh, okay.
Thank you. It sounds like you all had a great experience at Schwartzman doing your master's, and I think clearly work and your career was a big part of the program. I think for undergraduate education, at least in the US, we can agree that except for the professional schools, it's mostly, your focus is really on studies. Maybe you spend 20% of your time on an internship or research or student activities, but the conventional wisdom is focus on your studies, do all the exams and papers, and then do the rest in your spare time. And I guess the question is, do you feel that that model should still be the case given how we talk about AI and industry becoming much more a part of the experience?
Excellent question. Who want to take that? And now you always raise hand. Anyone, go ahead.
I think I remember very well, I can't talk to the US experience, I did my undergraduate in the UK, but I was pretty horrified as an 18-year-old when I arrived, and within the first week there was somebody in a suit and they were going to an event. It was at a company called Goldman Sachs, and they were recruiting. I didn't know what Goldman Sachs was, and I didn't even know what an investment bank was at the time. And I thought that was a lot, at the time it made me think I really need to pick up my game here, and I ended up going to those similar events. But in retrospect, I think it's a bit of a shame. There's like a sanctity to education. I think it should be protected. They should have at least 2 years where they don't necessarily need to think about their career, be able to explore their curiosities in that environment without necessarily thinking about industry, because giving them that space will allow them to come to their own conclusions, and I think will actually pay a long-term dividend for their career if they're not just funneled into, in my case, investment banking, but there could be another range of other industries, and I'm sure it's the same in other sectors like STEM, but yeah, I don't know if you guys have any other perspectives on that.
Maybe I'll just add a bit. I think that fundamental knowledge is important, and that needs to be built for you to further utilize them, whether in your networking or your creativity. So while having the curiosity, resilience, experiential learning, and so on is important for a person to be able to go much further in their career, the fundamental knowledge, the hard knowledge needs to be there. So I don't think that should be compromised.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Otherwise, we got unemployed knowledge. Thank you. You want more?
Can I add one more point? Yeah, I would just follow up and building on what Borhong was saying. Other than the fundamental knowledge, I do think forms of assessment in universities, especially at undergraduate level, will certainly change, right? And we talked about, so many of our panelists have talked about ChatGPT and how higher education institutions have taken different positions, but I think it's almost a wave that's inevitable, that is gonna impact how your essays will be reviewed, you know, how we should even still have essays as assessments. So I think we could almost argue it's almost going to change, and that it might not just be an exam-based form of assessment, but it could be a project that you came up yourself. It could be field projects and internships and many different things that not necessarily that you get from just a classroom learning experience. That's my point of view.
Very good, very good. Yeah, no matter what we have, everything is our tools, right? It's tools, the ChatGPT and the experiential learning and also the classroom learning, the e-learning a lot. That's all the tools. And then we have a goal, right? We have a goal. We promote our scholars, students, they have gain more skills and strong, as Rose mentioned, the strong psychology strong and heart strong and a lot of skills and a lot of not only the knowledge so important, but not only knowledge, not only skills. They have as Rose just mentioned, have a mindset, mentality, and a concept. Everything we started from concept. Otherwise, we cannot make a communication, right? So a lot of things we can make a friend, so make a lot of implement some things. The hard things is to convince people. To convince people starting from where? From their concept, the mindset. So a lot of things we need thinking about education. So it's an excellent question. We take another one so we can guess. Okay, Edward. Okay. That's first question is the big question. So we can write down a lot of research papers on that for the future education. So,
thank you very much for a very inspiring sharing. I see all of you are very impressive, very confident. I wonder, from your experience, going back to the point about conviction, commitment, young people, a lot of passion out there. But what would you give advice for your peer or younger generation on rallying support of what you're believing in and finding the resources to support your dream?
Find the resources to support your dream. So go ahead, you find the resources. And how do you find the resources to support your dream? Oh, to give any suggestions, Henry, go ahead.
I can jump into this because I did mention conviction a couple times.
Yeah.
I actually think that is the part of the learning process. It's about knowing what's around you, who's around you, what you have in the school environment, what are the resources available, people's time, people's connections, etc. From a very meta point of view, that itself is the learning that young people need to go through, and we're all continuously still learning. So I kind of answered, but not answered your question. Hopefully, that helps.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
I mean, so I co-founded and run a startup. So, I mean, this is more from like an entrepreneurial point of view, including, for example, like fundraising and getting customers early on. I think a big part of getting support is how do you demonstrate your own conviction and how deep you are personally invested in it. And very often when you are starting something, people are investing in you and not the initiative itself, right? As long as the initiative kind of makes sense, it's about you, right? So it's about how clear is your mindset and how heavily you are personally invested in that. So that goes back to conviction, right? If you are very personally invested in something, but that thing changes every 2 years, you are not really personally invested in it, yeah. So I think being able to demonstrate that is a big part of being able to gather support and gather trust over time.
Very good. More questions? Oh, okay.
Thank you so much for sharing your insights. That was really awesome. I wanted to touch on a point that Rose brought up about mental health in our young people. I work within the mental health sector, and I also work with lots of schools. And I'm really wondering how we can balance teaching our young people to have grit and resilience while also balancing helping them taking care of themselves. Because what I see, especially with young people who are interested in mental health, they work really hard to forward the cause of mental health, but they don't always take care of their own. And it's interesting to see that because they know how important it is and they're advocating for that in their communities, but they don't always take care of their own mental health. So I wanted to ask what your thoughts are on balance, balancing those two really important traits, determination and grit, and also self-compassion and self-care. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think that's an excellent question. You're probably more qualified to answer than I am since you work in the sector. I will talk a little bit about what I saw in some of our students, right? I think the key is, one, to teach them and maybe give them more information and support on how to actually take care of themselves. Because I feel like a lot of times we actually, even as adults, don't get that much information on that, right? I think people are talking more about that nowadays, but especially for children and adolescents, a lot of times they're not even aware that they might be going into an episode or going to or going to a state of not being very well mentally. So I think the key is to tell them what being mentally healthy is, and give them tools and teach them how to stay aware. But obviously at the same time, schools and education exist to challenge them. Right? You want them to grow. You want to give challenges and allow them to fail. And I think the important point there is to actually help them build confidence, and that is through giving them unconditional support. And by that I mean building confidence in the sense that even if they fail, their sense of self-worth is not compromised, right? So you need to tell them and teach them that it's okay to fail. You will probably fail. Actually, you will most likely fail, but don't just devalue yourself because of that. I think you need to help them build confidence through unconditional support, and that's a very important role, not just for educators but for parents as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, so one of the leadership is to learn from a failure, right? So, but a lot of people cannot handle that, and it's got a little bit of problem. And the last one. Oh, okay, Doctor. Susan, go ahead, Susan.
For all of the young people in the room here who might be interested in Schwartzman Fellowship, how do you recruit? What is the basis for the recruitment of the next cohort of scholars? And how would people in this room who are interested in that learn about
Okay, thank you so much. This is like a PR here, so how to recruit. Okay, so there's just exactly 1 week ago, we closed the Greater China admission process, May 20th. And we recruit nice cohort. But if you are holding the passport, you can apply next year by September 10th. Okay, back to the question. So how we recruit, and we got a lot of applicants for sure, and we visit many universities, over 400 universities, and also the professional associations, the young leaders. And we tell them, so we are leadership program, and we are evaluate 3 things. The first one is a character, and the second one is intellectual, and the last one is leadership. So 4 of them are picked from thousands of applicants, and how to evaluate them, and we have interviewers, and that interviewers, so Susan, next time I invite you, Addis, be our interviewer, and Professor Jones, and Professor Jones, because you are a leader. So we invite a lot of leaders. There's academic leaders, industrial leaders, and also the political leaders. They are leaders already, so they know how to pick up the leaders. We just technically pick up the scholars, and they pass our tech review, and they give the interview. So based on our three criteria. So any additional information based on your application? If you give the wrong answer, we'll get you the degree back, okay?
I actually just collected it. So, if you are interested in your international, so non-Chinese passport holder, very happy to speak over the next day or so. I'll be here. So.
Very good, thank you. You're ambassador. Okay. Any, Rose?
I'll add a point about, I guess, tips for preparing your materials for application. We get asked that a lot, I feel like. I think, I don't have any specific tips, but I think the most important point is to have a coherent narrative, because people in the program do all sorts of different things. So there's no one standard model, one standard answer,
right.
I believe. And Dingpan, correct me if I'm wrong, pretty sure I'm right,
You're right.
So there's no specific answer that the reviewers are looking for when they review your application. So I think the key is to tell your story, right? How you got to where you are, why do you want to join the program, what do you want to do after, and to have that coherent narrative, I think would be key, and that'd be my advice.
Yeah, good potential. Go ahead, Harry.
And for me, ask for help. It's not embarrassing to ask for help. I personally asked more than 20 people to review my application. I reach out to former scholars just to learn, to pick their brain. Some of them are my best friends now. That process itself is a very enjoyable learning process. So don't be scared, ask for help, and be yourself.
Okay, ask for help, be yourself. Okay, thank you. This is one of the leaderships. You want one more?
Maybe just to add on to Rosa's point, it is to have a clear purpose for the program. So you need to have a clear story for yourself and how the program is going to have a purpose to your own story that is impactful or beneficial to the world in some way.
Oh, thank you so much. Anyone in this room under 28 years old, please apply. And over that, be our interviewers. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice time, nice weekend.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude this year's Forum for World Education. As we said, this is more than just an event. It's a testament to our shared commitment to transformative power of education. We really thank everyone for being here, especially our chair, Mrs. Edith. Please let's allow her to give us closing remarks on the Forum for World Education.
Thank you, Angel. I wasn't intending to provide a closing remark, and whatever Angel gave us is actually very good enough. But anyhow, I just want to share some highlights. Yesterday, we don't have the figures for today. Yesterday, in this venue and the supplementary venue, there was over 200 attendees in person. And there were about 8,200 online that attended, but over 30,000 access. So it's over 40,000 people, but that was yesterday's figure. And indeed, this is a very international conference, not just because of the organizers, but because of the participants. Whilst we are very diverse, but we are very inclusive, because education is inclusive. We're all here together. Now, just some highlights of what we covered yesterday. We had a lot of debate between educators as well as business leaders, how education is not preparing our students for the industry and businesses that we need. So we need to work on that. I'm particularly happy to see the involvement of our young leaders. We've learned so much from them. For older leaders like us, we're much more fortunate because the young leaders are facing a much more challenging world. The geopolitics, as well as economic disparities and environmental changes. We learned that And it's my conviction that education is teaching human beings to be human beings and not teaching book knowledge to human beings. It's how we learn to have critical thinking, independent thinking, as the professors delineated just now, is attitude to be a human being, being ethical, being honest. Also, learning is a continuous process. Whether you are young or older or old like me, we're here because we have a passion to continue learning. We have not given answers to your questions when you come to this conference. In fact, we have generated even more questions, but that's how the world goes. We keep learning every day. I really thank all the participants for being here with us and being online. The OECD presentation that didn't go well this morning will be presented in a webinar. Please check our website and hope you'll be able to participate then. And I also want to thank all the speakers. We have 12 sessions and over 60 speakers, whether they're moderators or panelists. They have shared with us their valuable expertise. I want to thank the organizing team. We have different teams in China, in New York, and in Hong Kong. They have worked very hard to put this conference together. Our sponsors, the hotel staff, we have made life very difficult for them. We're a very difficult client. And last but not the least, can we have a round of applause for our MC, Angel. Thank you very much. And have a good weekend. If you have to travel home, go home safely. I'll see you at the next conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Edith. And good luck with your singing performance tomorrow. Well, thank you, everyone. That concludes for the Forum for World Education. Till then, best of luck. Thank you.